aspirants and the eventual winner who become a candidate of the party. While that is going on, there is an interlude now going on. Maybe we should just join Sir Shino Peter just to make sure that delegates are cooling off their nerves before the eventual voting. Sir Shino Peter doing his thing there.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ni ẹjọ́ kí náà pè ní creator olùdásílẹ̀. Mo ní kí náà pè ní founder olùdásílẹ̀. Olúwa Shina Peters olùdásílẹ̀ àpòjùjú. Àti sọ̀dọ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ rí ayé òde pátá dáradà mọ́kàn lè fọwọ́ aago sẹ́yìn ni. Àsìkò àwa yúùtù rèé o, kọ̀yé bí inú wa. Ọ̀ṣọ́ ni yọ̀ ṣàgó. Kò sí bọ́ ṣe máa dùdù tàbí kọrin àfojúdù tó máa dàbí ẹni tó ní. Kò sí bọ́ ṣe máa dùdù tàbí kọrin àfojúdù tó máa dàbí ẹni tó ní. Oníkọlà jẹ́ oṣó ọmọ Pétérù ti dé o. Shina Peters tó lọ fojújú. Àfojújú o, ìbẹ́sì sí a o. Right now, we are ready to play music via radio. I say right now, we are ready to play music via radio. Meaning right now, we are ready to play music.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Shina Peters.
I want to play.
Thank you.
You want to dance? Love you.
Yes, that's Sir Shina Peters doing his thing there, making sure that members of the delegates and all the others inside the Eagle Square are having a good time and ahead of what is likely to happen in the next 4 to 5 hours. It's expected to be a tense moment for the delegates and for even the aspirants. So once in a while, it's okay to bring in music to cool the nerves. So as I think everything is set now for the aspirants to come on stage and talk to the delegates. And while they are getting set, 2 or 3 other musical acts have been lined up just to spice the evening. This is CitizenFM 93.7 and we are bringing you live transmission from the Eagle Square. It's the presidential primaries of the All Progressives Congress here in Abuja. We'll be back in a moment. Please stay tuned, don't go away.
Kini baro fún màmá mi bí mo délé.
Dance like DJ, you ready? Just repeat. Yeah. Never let you go, cause we know that she's sorrow. Really, whoa. My melon is for your window. Mountain black is for your window. Really, whoa. My melon is for your window. Mountain black is for your window. What? We will whoa. What's your hand? What's your hand? Everybody, let's go. Manela Bayado, I know that you. Let's go. I am a down for driver. Shall you be down for driver? Not down for driver. I'm a team like you sing it anytime you ain't body. Salamania goes so. I love a true one. Or I get me to you know what? Watch your side go. Hola, DJ. I beg, if you know you love our president, please, can I see your hand in the air? It's not easy. We are here to show love. Understand? Because from Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, anywhere you come from, we are one. One love. And God bless you. And God bless you. Selector.
Thank you. Oh, God.
Make her go. Make her go. Okay, no worries. 2 minutes, I go do this one. Are you ready, DJ? Mama,
They say they want to Kulungu. Lord,
let's go. Because for their own time. Hey, let me hear. The olden days, you don't take. Because if they want to celebrate, hey, if they bump picking, no, they come on. Oh, yeah, Pachegul every day. Nigeria down for we call up. Dance like, act like, wine like. Yeah, I walk on a I said, Toko Yaru, Bayina, yeah, Ibogana, I said, Lankana, yeah, Mama. Well on, DJ. God bless you. God bless you.
Very much, Danfo drivers. Thank you. Can we have the ambassadors of Change Initiative come for the peace song? At this time in our nation, we need peace being preached to us. I'd like to quickly call on the president and convener of the ambassadors of Change Initiative, Bala Ahmed and Zach Oji, to please come up with their members for the peace song. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
It not be ABC. Me I know they vote. MC. Me I know they vote. Any other party. Me I know they vote. It not be ABC. Me I know they vote. Any other party. Me I know they vote.
Ambassadors led by Bala Ahmed and Zach Oji.
with one voice, we're a nation.
for the party, and maybe in the general election, the best the party can put forward. So that's the message. It's a wonderful, very inspirational song. One Great Nigeria by Timi Dakolo. Back to events, the Eagle Square. Proceedings are moving faster now, and it looks as if we will start. The aspirants are coming on stage, and from what I can see now, the former governor of Lagos State, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, is coming up to speak with the delegates. One final speech to convince delegates to vote for him and to give him that presidential flag. And after him, 22 others have been lined up to speak after him. So Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State, two-time governor of Lagos State, also being a member of the Nigerian Senate in the Third Republic. He was also a senator. He also played a very prominent role during the Nadeko days, during the military era, after the annulment of June 12. He was very prominent with other They Fire Me Too, who also played an important and significant role. The history of Nigeria would not be complete without the contribution of this gentleman who rose up, stood up against the military when it counted. So let's listen to what Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu will tell the delegates one more time before the eventual voting. It's still Citizen FM 93.7, and we're bringing you live proceedings from the Eagle Square for what is happening, and it's a special national convention to elect the flag bearer, presidential flag bearer for the party.
CitizenFM Abuja, now we be the voice of the people. The nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Your problem is my problem, and my joy is your joy. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Yeah. Your problem is my problem, and my joy is your joy. CitizenFM, CitizenFM.
So Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the podium there, addressing the delegates one last time before voting commences. So let's listen to him.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. The Senate President, Senator Ahmad Lawan. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. The National Chairman of our great party, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. My dear loving and beautiful wife, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, executive governors here present, particularly the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, National Assembly members here present, State House of Assembly members here present, distinguished national delegates, all ANEC observers, distinguished APC members, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as members of All Progressive Congress, gather both in celebration and instant test of our democratic fitness. We have all waited and worked for this day to come. Now it is upon us. We must rise to the occasion. Observers, distinguished APC members, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as members of All Progressive Congress, gather both in celebration and instant test of our democratic fitness. We have all waited and worked for this day to come. Now it is upon us. We must rise to the occasion. Standard bearer. For you delegates, this is a heavy responsibility. I know you will meet this duty with the seriousness it deserves. The convention also marked the end of the first phase of year 2023 election cycle. This primary season has been one of intense competition among those who aspire to the nomination. I commend the other aspirants for the dignity and zeal with which they have conducted their campaigns. Such strong, persistent competition will make us better as a party. By today's end, you will have selected party's candidate. We definitely want to see a great process to win. We must emerge from today a unified force, focused on the cooperation and shared victory. As President Buhari has said, our party's objective must be to triumph in the next year's general election at all levels. The candidate you select must deliver victory in the national election and have the personal gravity and national recognition to pull us through to victory in the state and local government elections as well. He must instill a sense of victory and confidence. Moreover, the Council on the Cooperation and Shared Victory, as President Buhari has said, our party's objective must be to triumph in the next year's general election at all levels. The candidate you select must deliver victory in the national election and have the personal gravity and national recognition to pull us through to victory in the state and local government elections as well. He must instill a sense of victory and confidence. Moreover, the candidate must unite Nigerians of all walks of life from all parts of the country. He must have the experience 1999 to a clean, safe, and vibrant place, and the fifth largest economy in Africa today. I am a serious man with a serious purpose, and I will use all that I know and all my abilities to benefit our people. I'm a unified leader. I have constructed a formidable political structure, one that has delivered electoral victory after electoral victory. I do not put myself forward because I think this is a nomination in Nigeria. I step forward because I believe I can lead our party towards the brightest future. I have expertise, my record of corporate leadership, my financial expert, my experience is as an executive governor of Lagos make me unique among all other aspirants, giving me the requisite skill to accelerate the progressive reform that will change the face of our national economy. I can not, on this day, talk of a brighter and prosperous future without declaring my determination to fight terrorism and insecurity to the very end. I mourn the lives already lost, vow to do everything possible to ensure justice and forever erase terror from our land. Today, you decide our presidential nominee. Let me be the man who can best articulate the vision of progress and development, then implement it. Let us always honor the promise of the APC, the promise we made to Nigeria. I humbly ask you to nominate me as the party's presidential candidate because I am confident, competent, courageous, and ready to start from day one. God bless you. God bless you. God bless APC. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Former Governor of Lagos State, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu there, making one last speech. He says that this convention, the delegates should use it to show the world that APC values democracy. He also reeled out his contribution to the party, his contribution to Nigeria's political struggle, and so many others. And so that's the summary of what the former Lagos State Governor told the delegates. One last speech before voting, and that's what the former Lagos State Governor Ahmed Tinubu did, just to convince the current president of the Senate, since the aspirants are called by alphabetical, even as Senator Bola Tinubu makes his way back to his seat amidst greetings from delegates, waving to delegates. Just a typical posture of a politician, acknowledging cheers from party members, from delegates, and generally making the delegates and the crowd excited. That's the stuff politicians are made of. They enjoy the soapbox, they enjoy the spotlight, and anytime there are occasions like this, there are their elements. So that was Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu making his last, perhaps his last speech to the delegates before the voting. And next we have President of the Senate, Senator Ahmed Lawan, who is on the podium also making his own speech. Let's listen to him.
With all humility,
Your Excellency,
invite the next aspirant. And the next aspirant to address
President
this convention,
Muhammadu
special
Buhari,
convention, is none other,
GCFR,
than His Excellency,
Your Excellency,
most distinguished Senator
the First
Muhammad
Lady
Ibrahim Lawan,
of the
PhD,
Federal Republic of
CEO,
Nigeria,
Sardaunan Bade, President,
Your Excellency,
and Chairman of
the Vice
National
President,
Assembly. Your Excellency.
very distinguished and honorable Speaker, distinguished party chairman or national chairman, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu Turakin Kefi, other members of the National Working Committee, the Deputy President of the Senate, the Deputy Speaker, President Muhammadu distinguished Buhari, and honored members of the National Assembly present, GCFR, our elders, Your Excellency of the party, First Lady, my brothers and sisters, the youth, tonight, other members of the National Working Committee, we are making history. The Deputy President of the Senate, our great party, the Deputy Speaker, the All Progressives Congress, the APC, and honor members of the National is making history. Next year, God, it will be very distinguished to elect the press, the next person to fly the flag of our party in next year's presidential election by the grace of God. Tonight, Your Excellency, you have provided. That's why we are here. Next year, this administration from 2015 to date, Mr. President, under your distinguished leadership, has done so much for this country, and APC has made its mark. This event, you've laid the foundation for whoever will emerge this night to fly the flag of our party, to stand on such a very solid and strong foundation. And we are very proud of your achievements in the last 7 years, by the grace of God. Your Excellency, you have provided leadership for this party, even when it will appear like we have difficulties looking to be straight and streamlined. And this is how APC will be. You set it on a very strong pedestal. Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for whoever I am running for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because I believe that this party has been built well around ideals that all of us here share. Today, Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, we have dealt with insecurity, we dealt with Northeast insurgency. Is the same way that we will deal and conquer the banditry and kidnapping. Today, let me say, we are proud that you are a special set of Nigerians who are, my belief is, there cannot be any higher and more important responsibility
I come from the parliament. I am a parliamentarian. The very important oppositional committee on Public Accounts Committee, having served as chairman of the Senate Committee on Defense, having served as the majority leader of the Senate, distinguished delegates, let me tell you that worldwide, Syrians, you go to parliamentary stresses, senators and members of Congress ran the country. Today's president in the US, the president, President Biden, I have, Mr. President, our dear president, as the presiding officer and chairman of the National Assembly, I have learned a lot. And by the grace of God, if you elect me this night, I will continue and consolidate those massive achievements Mr. President and the APC administration have achieved. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the APC. APC! Members of Congress.
President of the Senate there, Senator Ahmad Lawan, also making his what can be considered his last speech to the delegates before they make up their mind or before voting commences. And as expected, he also gave his strong points to the delegate, saying that with his legislative background, he's in a pole position to lead the country, and thus the delegates should give him the ticket by voting for him. He also said that he has acquired enough experience in terms of chairing the critical committees of the Senate, Agriculture, Defense, Education, to be able to take Nigeria to that position that will be the envy of other nations of the world. That's it. And now let's go back to the podium where we have the former governor of Zamfara State, who is also standing to talk to the delegates.
Buhari, GCFR, our first lady, the wife of Mr. President, the vice president, and our national chairman of our great party, all other protocols duly observed. Mr. President, before you are elected in 2015, this country was facing very serious security challenge. Everybody knows about the menace of Boko Haram. When you came in, you promised the country that you are going to have 3-point agenda to fight insecurity, fight corruption, and work very hard to improve on. We are virtually in Borno and Maiduguri, Modoba and Yobe. They virtually captured those states, and they even bombed the UN headquarters in Abuja. All of us, both Muslims and Christians, have to be screened before we enter places of worship. But today, all that is history. On the economy, you did your best, because the PDP, when they were in power, the price of crude oil rose up to $140 per barrel. When you came in, the country witnessed downturn on the price and came as low as $30 per barrel. If it were not you, I didn't know what would have happened in this country. I'm presenting myself today to the nation, to APC, and to our distinguished delegates, because I believe that the current trend of new security challenges, of armed banditry and kidnappings are just new to us. And I believe that with concerted effort by recruiting more security personnel, improvement in their welfare, and making sure that adequate equipment are provided, the school children will also be a thing of the past. We have high-level poverty. Every leader in this country, in this world, must make sure that nobody, no Nigerian, sleep hungry. I intend to make sure that I come up with robust economic, fiscal, and monetary policies to address the challenges of poverty. And we are going to also make sure that one very important problem of Nigeria, which is ignorance, is addressed by making sure that the education sector is given due attention. Now, every child of Nigeria must be given free and compulsory education up to secondary school level. And we are going to introduce student loans board so that every child from either poor family or rich family can access loan to make sure that he pay for his tuition fees and maintenance to acquire education in this country. I will not bother you too much. I have only 2 minutes. I will urge the delegates to look at every candidate, every aspirant, and make sure they elect somebody who will deliver APC to victory in this country. APC! 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 Thank you very much, and God bless all.
Yes, Ahmed Yarima, the former governor of Zamfara State, talking to the delegates one last time. He says that he will tackle insecurity and will also invest heavily in education and the training of Nigerian children. Will make education compulsory up to secondary school level, and he will also tackle poverty amongst Nigerians and make sure that no Nigerian sleeps hungry. That Ahmed Yarima's promise to the delegate, saying that if he is voted today, if he's given that ticket today, he will make sure that these promises are kept. That's what former governors of Zamfara State told the delegates. And after that, we will take another aspirants, but before then, we'll take a short break and we will return in a moment. Please stay tuned.
CitizenFM Abuja. Now we be the voice of the people. Join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy.
Well, let's join another aspirant, Senator Ajayi Borofis, who is also making one last speech to the delegates. Let's join him.
The APC was established as a progressive party with commitment to national unity, to progress, and to the social economic development of our country. Within 8 years of our government, under the able leadership and guidance of our President, Muhammad Buhari, the APC has made tremendous and remarkable progress in all sectors of our economy. Mr. President, I want to acknowledge the great work you have done in the infrastructure sector, completing the rail from Lagos to Ibadan, the rail from Abuja to Kaduna, the completion of the second Niger bridge, and many other infrastructural developments. My decision to come out to run for the highest office in the country is to build on your legacy. The legacy that have been built on integrity and honor. I believe that if we do this, this country will move forward. I am putting my administration on four-point agenda: security, the economy, education, and anti-corruption crusade. These four-point agenda are drawn from our medium-term national development plan. And I believe that the 8 priorities of this plan, if well implemented, will lead this country to higher heights. I am selling myself to Nigerians, to our party, to the delegates. I have never lost any election. I'm serving my 3 terms in the Senate, and I've served on several committees: Navy, Education, Works, Science and Technology, and many others. At the moment, I am the Deputy Senate Leader. I started my adult career as an academia, and I reached the apex of my career as a professor, and even climbing the ladder of administration. I moved on to bureaucracy when I was appointed the Director General of the National Space Research and Development Agency, when I launched 3 of 4 satellites, the first and the only one yet in Black Africa. Therefore, thereafter, I moved to Senate, and I've served 3 terms on Senate. In my tenure, I've impacted on my senatorial district, building 5 hospitals, building 5 skill acquisition centers, building roads, establishing some industries like cashew processing unit and many other industries. I have the experience, I have the knowledge, I have the capability. It is time for us to bring science and technology into the mainstream of our socio-economic policy, because the difference between the developed country and the developing countries and other countries is the level of their science and technology and the application of science and technology to development. I want to assure you, distinguished delegates, if you vote for me, you'll be voting for honor, you'll be voting for integrity, you'll be voting for transparency and useful purpose in the administration of this country. I want to thank you, and I bless Nigeria. Long live Nigeria, long live our party. APC!
Senator Ajayi Borough is there speaking to the delegates, saying that he has in plan for a 4-point agenda if given the opportunity, and he will invest in entrepreneurship, he will invest in science and technology, he will invest in security and education. He says he has never lost an election before, and that he is well versed with the challenges of Nigeria, and hopefully, if given that flag today, he will not let the delegates and the party down. That Senator Ajayi Borough, who has just finished speaking with the delegates. So that's been it. Now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 aspirants who have spoken to the delegates. So 19 others to go before the eventual voting will commence. So it's still live proceedings from the Eagle Square, where the All Progressives Congress delegates are gathered, trying to elect a flag bearer for the party ahead of the 2023 presidential election.
CitizenFM Abuja. Now we be the voice of the people. join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Yeah. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy.
Next to talk to the delegates is Governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, who is on the podium right now, and he is appealing to the delegates to vote for him as the party's presidential flag bearer.
My name is Senator Professor Ben Ayade, the Governor of Cross River State. I have come here to share my thoughts. This is a great opportunity for our delegates to make a choice of the future of this country. I present myself as a great intellect with a long-standing background in academics, in the Senate, and now as governor. I understand the challenges of a third world economy. I understand the security challenges of this nation with the concept of Afghanistanism, the collapse of Afghanistan, and the ambition of ISWAP and Boko Haram to take over Nigeria, recognizing our vast natural resource. It is obvious clearly that there's also an international connectivity, iconoclastic of some sort, with a conspiratorial theory that the vast wealth of the coltan deposit, diamond and platinum that we have, with the concomitance of our challenges, they believe that opportunity has come for them to colonize Nigeria and to drive out Christians and Muslims alike, because they believe that their God-given territory is the West African province. As a country, we must be united by the resolve to address the security challenge of this nation. Therefore, my proposal when I become president of this country, to use a satellite videography, because the use of the contact approach, the physical military approach, is insufficient in a modern warfare. Nigeria at this point, therefore, will require a defense pact of a known occupation origin, a defense pact to share military intelligence, a defense pact that would allow you opportunity to use unoccupied drone technology for the attack of terrorists. We must realize that I am the governor of Cross River State who refused to sign the anti-grazing law because I thought it was offending the trades of headsmen. I am one governor who have stood and have united this nation. I am one governor who believes in the fact that this country can only be united if we address the challenges of our security system. The most critical aspect as well is education and agriculture. The moral miasma and decadence that have characterized our university system, occasioned by the failed structure due to poor remuneration, has of course dovetailed into a challenge where young people come out of university without the Kantianics, without the morality, without the kinetics of good conscience. I come as a professor with a long-standing experience who will bring back education, restore the glory and value and dignity of knowledge. All over the world, the world has migrated into technology and knowledge-driven administration. Nigeria cannot be different. I present myself as a young man who shares the enthusiasm of a youth, but the wisdom of a 60-year. I'm an old head on young shoulders. I have education, I have exposure. I have worked with a system, I'm a system purifier. I believe that this country must show that the black man does not think from the stomach. If you put your vote and commoditize your vote and put a value to it, you have mortgaged your future. I come believing that the delegates will be worried about the future of their lives, the future of their children. I present myself as that firebrand, that catalytic power source that will create that opportunity where this country will realize that, yes, indeed, you have young men. In Cross River today, I have the garment factory, a pharmaceutical factory, a rice factory, a cocoa factory, a vegetable oil factory, Kalachika. I have a feed processing mill, and the list is endless. I have done so because I know job creation
is at the basis of the peace and unity of this nation. I present myself in the absence of trying to impress you with how much money, but I present myself as somebody who have shown capacity, and I hope to show that capacity at the national level. God bless us all as I charge your conscience to vote for the future of this country and not vote for the pocket of today. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, predictably speaking eloquently on why the delegates should vote for him. He says he understands the challenges of a third world country and that he will use modern technology to fight crime. He will also make sure that Nigeria will engage in a defense pact that will combat insecurity. And Nigeria cannot afford to be different, but think like the developed world, the developed economy, he said. That's Professor Ben Ayade, Governor of Cross River State. Next is Governor of Ebonyi State, Governor Dave Umahi, who is also will try to convince the delegates in the next 2 minutes on why he should be given the ticket.
One, Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the FME, the Chairman of our great party APC, and former Governor of Nasarawa State, Ade Adamu Abdullahi, and all the working committee members of APC, my colleagues, the governors, our dear delegates, my dear brothers and sisters. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me first thank you very highly for being the first president in Nigeria to allow a party-free and fair presidential contest. It is the first of its kind in Nigeria. And I want to thank the party chairman and the committee that organized this beautiful convention. And I want to say that you have done very well. When people were very highly apprehensive about the success of this convention, I told them that APC has what is called a self-cleansing velocity. Today we are here, and let me pledge that whatever is the outcome of this convention, I will abide by it. And let me say that I put myself forward as a man who has proven his indices of all the developmental indices that the country Nigeria needs. I have been able to prove that you can do quite a lot with little resources. I have been able to bring Ebonyi State to compete with other states of the nation, irrespective of the date and time this our state was created. I appeal for the delegates that all that the nation Nigeria is looking for to improve on the great legacies of Mr. President, that I possess it. And I ask Nigeria that at a time like this, we should give an opportunity to a proven engineer. I'm a professional engineer, and I have proved it in Ebonyi State. In the area of agriculture, I can say that I am part and parcel of feeding this nation Nigeria. In the area of health, I can say that I have the best medical facilities in the whole of Nigeria. In the whole area of education, it is quite evident what I have done in the area of education. In security, in the area of national unity, I can say that I have proven the fact that I need to put my people, the Southeast people, in the...
He says he has demonstrated that in Ebonyi State by investing in sectors, critical sectors in health, education, and national unity. He said he has also brought the eastern region to be part of the mainstream Nigerian politics. Essentially, he says that was why he joined the APC. Next, we go to the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dimiji Bankole, who is the next to speak to delegates.
Please allow me to stand on existing protocol.
Your Excellency, with We've just listened to His Excellency
Mr. President,
Umahi, the Executive Governor of Benue.
About 60 years ago, some of our elders in this country decided to look for fine gentlemen like you all over Nigeria, give them the best training they could have, and handed Nigeria over to them. A few years later, Nigeria went through one of the worst periods of its time, just to show that those fine gentlemen were the best we ever produced. Some of them sacrificed their lives for us to be here today. Mr. President, you are one of those gentlemen. Today you are about to find out who your successor is. And I go by the genre, there is no success without succession. You have done your best over the last 7 years. It's time for someone else to move the nation forward. As an economist, I do have an idea that this is all about economy. Without solving that, we will never solve the security problem. Without solving that, we will never solve the power problem. It's just that we don't have enough time for me to talk about the power probe which I launched when I was Speaker. A major problem we have today that you have managed to solve for us is that of Boko Haram in the Northeast. I understand that for the past 20 years of this country, we have left local governments mostly ungoverned. Today, we have a different type of government in some of those ungoverned areas, and they are collecting taxes in form of kidnappings and the rest of it. Almost 20% of our budget is spent on local governments. It's about time that we begin to negotiate with our governors to make sure that the institution of local government becomes a serious part of our system. Without that, we cannot solve the problem of primary education and primary health. These are the major problems that we need to face in our country. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria may not be able to understand fully what's happening in different local governments, but he can bring about strong institutions as far as we need them in this country. Well, Mr. President, as a younger person, I proved to this nation with my colleagues in the National Assembly at that time, at a critical time in our nation, that it's possible for younger people to handle critical situations when we brought about the doctrine of necessity that actually saved the dignity of one of our former presidents and actually allowed our country to move forward. Mr. President, thank you. Again, I say there is no success without succession. As a former military officer myself, I truly hope that our party and delegates will consider the lives of those young men standing in all parts of Nigeria, making sure that Boko Haram and the rest of them do not take us to pieces. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Dimeji Bankole there, former Speaker of the House of Representatives. His exhortation, so to speak, to the delegates was short and direct, saying that his emphasis, if given the ticket, will be the economy. And he believes that if you solve the economic challenge, you would solve the insecurity problem, you would solve the problem of unemployment and others. That's what Dimeji Bankole, former Speaker of the House of Representatives, told the delegates. And let's see how the delegates would respond to that when voting comes. Whether they will be swayed by his appeal or not, that will be after the voting. So we will take another aspirant, but before then, we'll go on a very, very short break, and we will return very soon. Please don't go away.
People join our hands to build a nation of our dreams. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Make we join our hands to build a nation of our dreams. Citizen FM, Citizen FM. Yeah. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy. Citizen FM, Citizen FM.
Okay, back to the Eagle Square where we have the aspirants talking to the delegates. It looks like we have a short break from there, and there is an interlude now, just to make sure that the delegates will just have some breather after listening to about 6 of the aspirants. So maybe in the next couple of minutes, the aspirants will resume their presentation to the delegates. Until we'll be back shortly when that resumes.
Let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. Wonderful, wonderful, anytime, any day. To come with what we should expect for them if they are elected as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, The aspirants have been talking to us. I'd like to go on the list. Next is His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, former Governor Akwa Ibom State, immediate past Minister, Niger Delta. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen.
APC. I do not know the year. As a student of history, I want to let you know that the All Progressives Congress came to birth through very strong alliance between the then ACN in the southwest and the CPC in the north. Today I want to thank the progressive governors of northern Nigeria, my dear colleagues, having been a governor for 8 years, for their decision to ensure peace, stability, and unity of the country, that in 2023, the presidency of this country should go to the southern region of Nigeria. It is on that note that I do not want to speak much, but I want to say that their decision is laudable. Mr. President, I'm going to make a statement. I hope my supporters are listening. I hope my delegates are listening. The statement I want to make is that for 2023, I want to join you to go with a president that has vision. Helen Keller, the first blind child to have first class in Radcliffe University, after she delivered the lecture on the convocation day, a mischievous pressman asked her a question and said, "My dear, congratulations, but what do you think could be worse than being blind?" And the child answered, "To have sight and no vision." To have sight and no vision. Today, I urge all our delegates to look at all of us and bring out a man amongst us that does not only have sight, but also has vision. It was that sight that enabled me, it was that vision that enabled me to turn around a pedestrian state like Akwa Ibom State into a destination of choice for all Nigerians and the global community. And that is what they came to know as uncommon transformation. So I am ably qualified to be your president. I'm standing in front of you. I would have run this race on the basis of my track record. But having taken cognizance of the history of the APC and the efforts of the governors to bring peace in a fragile situation like this, that yes, we are looking at South, but I have seen a man who is older than me and who was the first visionary in governance. And that man enabled us to have good governance in Lagos State and also to have the development we have in Lagos State today. So, Mr. President, I would have delivered a very powerful speech today on my manifestos, which included 3 major items: that of security, that of unity of the country, that of the economy of the country, which involves infrastructure. And as a man who is known as the governor that turned boys into men, I would have said, yes, indeed, I would have done so. But I don't have to do so by being president. I will join the next president. I will join the next president to turn the boys in Nigeria into men. And therefore, I dub my heart, and I urge you that as I withdraw now, vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. Vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. The 93 delegates from Akwa Ibom, the hundreds of delegates across Nigeria, the 1,200 delegates that were ready to put me in office, I urge you, I plead with you to unite our party. Unite our party. Let equity reign and bring in this man to take over from our current president. And we will support him. I will be there supporting him. I urge you, vote for Ahmed Bola Tinubu as your next president. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Yes, things are getting warmed up now inside the main bowl of the Eagle Square. Former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Chief Godswill Akpabio, and former Minister of Niger Delta, there also a presidential aspirant until this last moment. He just announced his withdrawal from the race, and he urged his supporters and delegates from Akwa Ibom State and others who are also sympathetic to him to cast their ballots to Ahmed Bola Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State. This is the first that we have seen in today's event. This is the first aspirant that has officially withdrawn from the race, and also urging his supporters to vote for another aspirant. Are we likely to see more of this? Well, maybe we should just be patient as we listen to another former governor, this time former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun.
I'm here tonight to let you know that I did not just present myself to be president of this country. I present myself because I know I have the wherewithal. I have the both private and public sector experience to govern this great nation, Nigeria. And these I've done painstakingly on two platforms. And that is one, security, the other one, economy. Of course, there are 6 sub-themes. Our security in Nigeria, we have challenges, but I know there is no problem that is insurmountable. I know that we can resolve these security challenges. We all know what was happening in the Northeast. And now in Northeast, Boko Haram is seizing. All the banditry that we are having in Northwest and other in North Central, and what has just happened in Southwest in Ondo State, we do not want things like that. This is not the Nigerians of our dream. This is not what our forebears planned Nigeria to be. And if you look at where we are today, we can improve on our economy. Our economy will be such that our younger ones, look at the millions of people that are aged between maybe 20, 25 to 35. They are about 60, 70% of our population. These are able-bodied men and women that wake up every day, they don't have anything doing. We must create employment for them. We must create jobs for them. We must create wealth for them. A nation that do not cater for its younger ones who have security challenges. So those are one of those things that I plan to do. Look at our education. Our education when we were growing up was never like this. We were not running to London, to Europe, to America to read. We read in this Nigeria. All our children now, once you can afford it, you run away from Nigeria to go and educate them. That must stop. In this Nigeria of today, look at our power. We want to do something that within the first, maybe maximum 1 year, we are going to lift our power generation from mega 6,000 to about 15,000, and maybe within the next 2 years to 30,000. And in just generation, we must, as we are generating, we must transmit. And as we are transmitting, we must distribute. Look at Nigeria. Look at our health sector. We are lucky. God was on our side when COVID struck. That Nigeria will survive it, that we will not be picking dead bodies on our streets, is to the glory of God Almighty. But we can do better. This is Nigeria. This is the giant of Africa. This is the giant of the black race. We must do better. Look at our infrastructure. And let me commend President Muhammadu Buhari. This administration has done very, very well on infrastructure. And unfortunately, the insecurity that we have is overshadowing this beautiful work that this administration is doing. We will concentrate on our infrastructure in a scenario where from Lagos to Abeokuta, it will take you several hours to do. Thank God now with the railways that is happening, but we will improve on that. Again, from Damaturu to Enugu to Owode to everywhere in Nigeria, we must be able to move from one place to another. We must be able to move freely. Growing up as a child, growing up in secondary school, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter whether you are a Christian or a Muslim. We are one Nigeria, and that is what will be. We are going to go on massive nation building. Genuine at that, we must do. Look at our agriculture. Agriculture that will lead us to food security. A nation that can't feed itself is no nation. And we have to thank President Muhammadu Buhari for coming up with the cliche that we must eat what we grow and we must grow what we eat. There's a lot that can be said. Look at our infrastructure. I've talked about that. Look at our infrastructure, I've talked about that. Look at agriculture, I've talked about that. Look at technology. We should not be left behind. We should participate. If we are left behind, if we don't participate, we'll be left behind. Nigeria should be a technology-driven nation. Now let me end this address by saying that our greatest gift, our greatest resource in Nigeria is the human capital. If with all these our younger ones, with all what Almighty has done for us, there is no reason for us as a nation to be where we are. Yes, we are on the right path, but we are not where we should be. But with concentrated effort, with concerted effort, we will get to where we are going. I can go on and on and on and on. But having said all this, let me now say this. First, I want to thank my brother that just spoke. Now, in the spirit of consensus building, in the spirit of the supremacy of our party, and most importantly, to hearken to the call of Mr. President and our people back home. For me, there's nowhere that is not home. But in where we find ourselves as a nation today, we must talk to ourselves. Yes, these are hard facts. For me, I don't care where Mr. A, where Mr. B comes from, but where we find ourselves today, of course, the presidency must go to the south. I want to thank my brother governors from the north. Thank you for your patriotism. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. That is the way it should be. I want to urge all my supporters. I want to urge all of you that believe in me that we have somebody that can do the job. We all rally around him to do the job. And it's no stranger to me. We have been together for quite some time. And that is Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I believe with your support, with all of us coming together to support him, he will take Nigeria to greater heights. He will take Nigeria to the desired height. APC!
It's getting hotter and hotter, and things are moving faster and faster. Former governor of Ogun State there, Senator Bikunle Umosun, giving the delegates what he would do if given the ticket. But at the end of it, there was a super climax to his speech when he announced his official withdrawal from the race and urged his supporters to vote for former governor of Lagos State, Ahmed Bola Tinubu. So effectively, it means that we have two aspirants so far that have urged their supporters to vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu and have withdrawn from the race. The first was the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Chief Godswill Akpabio, and the second, the former governor of Ogun State, Senator Ibikunle Amosun. And so, former governor of Lagos State, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has the advantage of two aspirants behind him now. Things are still warming up, so to speak. There are still others to speak. So let's listen. I think we have the governor of Ekiti State now, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who is addressing the delegates. Let's listen to him.
Senator Abdullahi Adamu, most distinguished Senate President and Mr. Speaker, my brother governors who are here, distinguished leaders of our party, distinguished delegates. Our gathering here today in the city of Abuja represents an important milestone in the history of our great party and of our beloved country's democratic advancement. In coming together from the four corners of Nigeria, we are once again demonstrating to Nigerians and the world at large that we're the true bearers of the hopes and aspirations of Nigerians for national unity and progress. Today, Mr. President, Nigerians at home and abroad are watching as we make an all-important decision about who will be the standard bearer of our party for the 2023 presidential elections, to build on your numerous legacies of achievement and also address the current challenges that we have. I have been honored, Mr. President, and privileged to serve our party and our country in various leadership positions. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, you would recall that on December 10, 2014, I was in this very historic position that my brother, the governor of Imo State, is today as the chairman of the Special Convention and Presidential Primaries at the Teslim Balogun Stadium in Lagos, in which you emerged as the candidate of our party for the 2015 election, an election that you went on to win, and one that you did with a historic mandate to replace a sitting government. 7 odd years after that, you have made significant progress as our leader in tackling our challenges. And I think the most critical challenge that you have tackled is to ensure that our country has not disappeared into the abyss. Because if it had continued along the trajectory that it was going in 2014, 2015, we probably would not have a country called Nigeria again today. For that, we owe you a debt of gratitude. But the job of governing is never finished, Mr. President. You have come nearly to the end of your own term in office. And it is a historic duty and an opportunity for you to preside over the process of electing your successor in office. That is the process we are starting here today. And for those of us who have had the privilege of traversing the length and breadth of this country, because of the opportunities we have had in serving in government and as a citizen for many years, we know that it is only in unity and in cohesion that we can really meet our manifest destiny. That destiny that Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa spoke of in 1960, of being a pride to ourselves and a great hope to the African world. We have a duty, indeed a responsibility, to build on the labor of our heroes past, to ensure that we focus on security, that we focus on our economy, that we focus on our social security, and that we focus on addressing poverty, addressing inequality, addressing corruption, addressing impunity in order to build a better society. We must focus on empowering our women, on providing jobs, particularly for our youth, and in ensuring that we retool our armed forces and security services in order for them to do a better job of securing our country. Mr. President, this is the task before us today, and it is the task we are asking our delegates to decide on. And I must thank my brother governors for the work that they've been doing at the various subnational levels. We must continue to do that work. And our brothers from the Northern Governors Forum of APC have led by example by proposing to party members that the next candidate of our party, and by God's grace, the next president of our country, must come from the southern part of this country. And I have come to a difficult but necessary decision. And that decision is that we must look for the most appropriate person at this time to do this job. I am prepared to sacrifice my ambition to be the president of Nigeria. I am a young man. I still have a long time ahead of me. And one person that I have worked with in the trenches of democratic struggle and in the cause of governing Nigeria, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, a mentor, an elder, a supporter of mine, and a great fighter for democracy and Nigeria that I would love to recommend to all my supporters, all my delegates, starting from the 48 delegates in Ekiti State to all my supporters across the length and breadth of the country, is that you please accord me the respect to offer the support you are giving me to my elder brother, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And I am not doing him a favor. For me, it is a duty. And it is a duty of care for Nigerians. I know he will do the job well. And we shall support him in delivering services to the greater majority of Nigerians. Thank you. God bless Nigeria. God bless all Progressive Congress. God bless the Federal Republic.
The Governor of Ekiti State, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, and he spoke just like the last two speakers, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State and the former governor of Ogun State. Just in the same way, Dr. Kayode Fayemi announced his official withdrawal from the presidential race, saying it's a difficult decision, but he had to do that in the interest of the party, and he urged his supporters to vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So we have the third aspirant there withdrawing in favor of the former governor of Lagos State. I think it's becoming very interesting now. Are we going to see the other aspirants one by one declaring their support for Ahmed Tinubu, or there is going to be a twist in the tail, or there's going to be a surprise somewhere? But let's just wait and see. Let's not be too much in a hurry. After all, we have all night to see the events unfold as we watch what is happening here now inside the main bowl of the Eagle Square, where members of the APC are gathered. Delegates from across the country, over 2,000 of them, gathered to vote for a presidential flag bearer. Okay, let's go back to the Eagle Square, where we have a former president of the Senate, Senator Ken Namani, addressing the delegates.
Justice, peace, and unity. The theme of my short presentation will lie on justice. Justice does not mean that you must win your case. What justice implies is you have equal opportunity of winning or even losing. On March 26, we gathered here for another convention. On that March 26, all the offices which we are contested for were based on zoning principle. Zoning principle is synonymous with federal character in the Nigerian Constitution. It helps to give all the sections of Nigeria equal opportunity. All the offices held in the northern part of the country were transferred to the south, and all the offices held in the south were moved up north. Today's convention suddenly had changed. It's no longer based on the zoning principle. I will suggest very strongly that we take a second look at Nigerian Constitution, the area that concerns the federal character, which gives all parts of Nigeria equal opportunity to feel that that part is an integral part of the country. There's no section in Nigeria that has monopoly of knowledge or monopoly of experts. I think that the federal character plays a role in building the other arm of our party, which we call unity. I will recommend very strongly that we take very close look at what is about to happen. If we jettison zoning, we may not have the effect right now. Because if we throw everything open, it implies removing the federal character from our constitution, and it will not be nice. So the same spirit with which our northern governors have shown by saying that it is nice after having 8 years of governance in the north that it should move southwards. I commend the effort and their spirit of unity and spirit of purpose and unity of action. Now, our brothers in the south, because there are 3 zones in the south, southeast and southwest and south-south. They should reciprocate. They should reciprocate the same sense of brotherliness which the north has shown to the south. I say this because I already implied that there's no section in our country that has a monopoly of experts. If we look deep enough, we find people who can give our country strong leadership in all the zones. So while I commend the party, but let the party not abandon what is started. The party should maintain that justice, peace, and unity. Justice in the sense that let us rotate or zone offices as we did on March 26. I don't see why we should do anything different this time around. Consistency matters. So I am told that if we maintain this singular principle, we will enjoy an untold peace and harmony. And one of the greatest or abiding principle or legacy that the present administration will leave is the survival of APC. APC should be stronger. We cannot just perform our function in only 8 years. I wish we can mobilize our members in all the sectors of Nigeria, because we have over 40 million members. And if all of them can come out with their PVC and vote, no other party can match APC. I thank you for your audience. Thank you very much.
Former President of the Nigerian Senate, Senator Ken Nnamani there, speaking to the delegate. Essentially, I think he was also addressing other members of the party. He hammered on the issue of justice, said there is a need for the party to always maintain justice and ensure that every member of the party has equal chance of getting anything done or contest anything. And let's go back to the podium. There we have a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Dimeji Bankole. Sure looks as somebody wants to make a special announcement.
And as I say in Yoruba, I hereby withdraw for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Yeah, I saw that coming. So we have aspirant number 4 that has withdrawn for Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So the plot is thickening. The game is on. And let's see what happens as we await
established protocol as I then invite the next set of 4 aspirants that will be addressing this august gathering. I'd like to invite Your Excellency Alhaji Mohammed Badru Abubakar, the Executive Governor of Jigawa State, to please make your way to the podium. I also want to invite Your Excellency and Digital Economy to please make your way to the podium. We also want to invite Pastor Tunde Bakari of Lateran Ministries International. And the 4th person is Your Excellency Right Honorable Rotimi Chibike Amechi, former Governor of Rivers State and immediate past Minister of Transportation. Can the 4 of you please make your way to the podium for your speeches as aspirants? Let's have some light music from the DJ just as they make their way to the podium.
Yes, we are expecting the next 4 aspirants to come on stage to talk to the delegates. Former Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Bonayano, former Governor of Rivers State, is also expected to come. And former current Governor of Jigawa State also is expected to speak to the delegates. And the delegates will decide after they hear them. Or are we also going to see another case or cases of withdrawal? You can never tell with the politicians. Don't forget that when we started this proceedings, I told you that in events like this, you can never say never until everything is over. So we've had 4 withdrawals so far, and all of them in favor of former Governor of Lagos State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who the aspirants say deserve to get the party's ticket. Now let's listen to the Governor of Jigawa State.
Honorable the Senate President and the Right Honorable Speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you recall, in 2018, I chaired the convention that brought about the leaders of the party. In that convention at that time, I pleaded for national unity. I pleaded for consensus that will help and stabilize our party. And for all these years, I'm an advocate of consensus. And just a few weeks ago, I also chaired the election committee of our great party that brought about the executives of the party at the national level and at the zone. During that convention, I also begged for consensus. We had 78 positions to contest for, and at the end, the contestants agree in most cases to a consensus. We were only able to do election in 12 positions out of the 78. In that spirit, and in the spirit of brotherhood, brought about by the decision of my colleagues, the northern governors, that power must shift to the south. I accepted that position then, and I stand by it now. For that reason, I wish to thank all the delegates here, all my supporters, for the wonderful job they have done throughout our campaign. And to tell them that we are trained to do what is right. We are trained to be just. We are trained to be fair. And we are trained to know that what is destined for you must come to you. What is not destined for you is never yours. For this reason, I want to reconfirm my withdrawal from this race and invite all my supporters and delegates to support our father, our leader, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you.
Aspirants number 5 there, withdrawing for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and the list keeps getting higher and higher. So how many to go? We've had about 10 or 11 aspirants who have spoken so far, and we still have quite a number to speak. But now the issue is, are they just coming out to sell their manifesto, or they are coming out to step down for any of their preferred candidates? That's what the delegates are waiting for now, as we listen to another aspirant who is coming on stage. Those speak. We have Senator Ajayi Boroface here. I think he's also coming in to make an announcement.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think I am for democracy and I am for progress of our party.
To do what is right.
I have made up my mind at this point to step down for a great leader, a disciple builder. Amen.
Yes, we saw that coming because he has spoken before. The moment he came back again, you could just tell that he was coming to announce his withdrawal. So we have aspirant number 6 there announcing Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's the situation that we are now inside the main bowl of the Eagle Square. Almost a walkover, but maybe it's just too early in the day to call it that. And let's see what is going to happen now as we listen to another aspirant, this time former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a former governor also. We're talking about Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu.
The Vice President, our party, our national chairman, party leaders, distinguished delegates, I decided to run for president of our dear nation, Nigeria, because I want to build on the work already done by this administration, of which I was a part, and the work done by previous leaders of our dear nation to make Nigeria a truly great nation. Nigeria was created by God to be a great nation, a nation that all other nations will respect and all Nigerians will be proud of. A nation that will be in a position to grow enough food for our people and to export the surplus. A nation that can produce many of the things that we need and stop relying on importation into Nigeria of all the things that we need. And then we can export the surplus so as to ensure that our currency, the Naira, regains the strength that it used to have before. This Naira used to be stronger than the dollar, and it can still be achieved. We want, I believe very strongly, that using science, technology, and innovation, and encouraging entrepreneurship, helping to ensure that all Nigerians are educated, and in the interim, to offer free education to all Nigerians and make it compulsory at the primary and secondary levels. Because we have seen that the difference between developed and underdeveloped countries are essentially nations that have ignorant people as their citizens. But this education that we are talking about will be different from what we have now. This education will now be influenced by science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I believe that one day, Nigeria should be ranked in the stature of countries like the United States of America and China. That is why I decided to run for president. And also to make sure that we build a nation in which every Nigerian will be very happy to be a citizen. To achieve this goal, we will ensure that we allocate a minimum of 2% of the gross domestic product of our economy, to science, technology, and innovation within 2 years. We are doing less than 0.5% today, and we'll be creating a 1 trillion naira fund for job creation, because we need to create jobs for Nigerian youth. They need to be kept busy so that we can solve the problems we have with security, with all the problems that we have, whether in the health, whether in education, whether in industry. All this can be solved if we apply this directly, in our development. I also will want us to establish a ministry of national unity and values that will bring back the values that made this country very great. That ministry will ensure that we'll bring in discipline into our country, because once you discipline a society, you will now have progress and so on. There is some appeal that I want to make to the leadership of our party. Everybody in the leadership of this party know the role I played in bringing APC into being. The intellectual preparation for it, the initial bringing people together, nurturing them, and so on. And even up to the point that I paid for the money that was used to register APC. I would like to say that the motto of APC is justice. You have peace and you have unity. And we must uphold that motto, because wherever you have justice, you will have peace. And the way you have peace, you will have prosperity. And I say this because I believe very strongly that Mr. President, who has done so well, we know his achievements. Many people don't even know it. But those of us who served under him, we know it. And we are proud of you, Mr. President. But Mr. President, what is very, very important, exceptionally important, is that we must ensure that this justice is upheld. Now, Mr. President will be completing his tenure by 29th of May next year. I think, naturally, it should be somebody from the Southeast. I'm not saying this because I'm from the Southeast. Somebody from the Southeast that will now replace him. And that will give the opposite of South versus North and Christian versus Muslim. And it will bring stability to our nation. It will strengthen the unity of Nigeria. And I believe that this should have been done. And I personally, 23 years ago, I made a personal sacrifice when there were 3 parties, and I held the presidential ticket of one of the 3. But I had to let it go in order to solve a problem in the Southwest, to make sure that 2 Olus contested for the presidency, that head or tail, one will become a president. And that brought down tension in the country. And this is what would have happened if we allow the Southeast to, which is look at it. The Southwest has 8 years as president, 8 years as vice president. Can you, the South, they have 8 years vice president, and president. Where is the justice? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? We need to do what is right. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless our party. I thank you so much.
Former Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Bonaya Onu, there speaking about the need for justice. I think he also spoke in the same vein that we had the former President of the Senate, Senator Ken Lamani, was speaking about the need for justice, apparently referring to the need to have the Southeast have a go at the presidential ticket. And ironically, too, both of them are from the Southeast. So he's appealing to the conscience of the party to allow this to happen at the end of the day.
GCFR.
We now take the presentation of Pastor Tunde Bakare as he addresses the delegate.
SAN, GCON, the APC chairman, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, our very own delegates from every local government in Nigeria, invited guests and observers, ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the well-established existing protocol. Wherever you may be now, may I respectfully ask you to maintain a complete silence, whether you are standing or sitting, for a moment. The victims of cold-blood murder across the land, the length and breadth of our nation, and especially the gruesome murder last Sunday at the Catholic Church in Ondo State. May we please remain silent in honor of these fallen heroes. May their souls rest in peace. God forbid that we lead without being compassionate and being sensitive to the pain of our citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, and our dear delegates, history is lived forward and it is written in retrospect. And those who do not learn from history will only repeat the blunders of history till they become history. Thank God that I have a living witness in this arena tonight. 11 years ago, on January 15, 2011, I received a call from the then General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, inviting me to be his running mate in the 2011 presidential elections on the platform of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, one of the predecessors of our great party, the All Progressive Congress. In convincing me to accept his invitation, despite my initial hesitation, our leader, now President Muhammadu Buhari, said to me that he chose me because, having examined my records and trajectory, he was convinced that should the need arise, he could confidently hand Nigeria to my care, assured that I could hold the nation together. Mr. President, dear delegates, the time is now and the hour has come. Tonight, I'm not here to step down for anyone. I respect all aspirants, and I've said wonderful things about them, including Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. But I am here by the grace of God to step up with the support of the delegates as the 16th President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Dear delegates, as we converge in our nation's capital to collectively take a historic step towards the realization of a nation that works,
I recall again with nostalgic feelings the very day APC was born in this same Eagle Square on February 6, 2013. It was my privilege to move the motion for the merger that brought APC. I'm going to nurture this party to ensure that it becomes strong, to ensure that it becomes great. Please allow me. Today, I'm offering myself to close the distance between the Nigerian reality and every Nigerian dream. I will, by God's grace, unlock the power of public policy to accelerate the transformation of our nation. I will infuse our young people with a surge of hope for what is possible. I will lead the most intergenerational administration in our nation. I will roll my sleeves up and work to solve Nigeria's most intractable problem in order to build a cutting-edge nation at the forefront of innovation. By the grace of God, the four pillars upon which I will run the administration are peace. Without peace, there cannot be progress. Peace, progress, prosperity, and possibility. And someone may be asking me today, what is your experience in governance? Experienced people have brought us to where we are. Many of the experienced people have padded budgets, have introduced corruption into the system. It is time to raise a new generation, a new breed without greed, a radical opposition to corruption, men and women, boys and girls who choose to win by righteousness. Many of these contestants, time will tell when EFCC is after them. By the grace of the living God, we do not need just experience, we need a genius. A genius is a man who does the right thing the first time without precedent. I praise God for General Buhari, our president, and everyone in leadership today. But to take our nation forward, we need more than experience, we need genius. Listen to me. Many have gone left, right, visiting the delegates, inducing some of them with money, but we sat and we reached all the delegates without traveling anywhere, by bulk SMS, by robot, because we want a cutting-edge nation that will be in the forefront of science and technology, that will move our nation far away from relying just on oil, to infuse this energy. This is why I'm here. I'm stepping up by the grace of God and by your support to be the 16th president of Nigeria. My name is Tunde Bakare. Vote for me and vote for the future of our nation. Thank you.
Tunde Bakare there, saying that he's not stepping down, he's stepping up for himself and for Nigeria. He had some talking points there. Let's look at a few of them. He said, he reminded delegates that it was his motion which was moved in 2013 that led to the merger of the legacy parties then. And his campaign is on four pillars, which he described as peace, progress, prosperity, and possibility. He says that he is equipped to rule this country. And let's not forget that Pastor Tunde Bakare was the running mate of President Muhammad Buhari in 2011 when both of them ran under the banner of the CPC then. Now we have former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, who is set to address the delegates. So let's listen to him.
It's all right, it's all right. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your dear lovely wife. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and your dear lovely wife. The President of the Senate, and your dear lovely wife. The Right Honorable, the Speaker of the Legislature of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, SGF, Your Excellency, the Governors, Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not forget to recognize my dear lovely wife. Your Excellency, my name is Chibike Rotimi Amechi. Your Excellency and the delegates, I just turned 57. I may not be the youngest candidate, but I'm not the oldest candidate. Your Excellency, in my 57 years of living, I would urge this House for a minute silence for all those who died in our war and those who died in the course of the train terrorism and all others who have died in the course of insecurity. May their soul and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Your Excellency, in my 57 years of existence, I want to tell Nigerians and the delegates who are here, don't vote for me if I'm not qualified. Your Excellency, I want this debate or discussion or campaign to be about our referendum, to be a referendum on our performance. Your Excellency, I am the most experienced of all the candidates. Your Excellency and Nigerians, I was elected Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly, and I served for 2 terms. Your Excellency, while serving as Speaker, I was the chairman of the State Speakers of Nigeria, twice. After that, Your Excellency, I became the governor of Rivers State, and I served for 2 terms. Your Excellency, after serving for 2 terms, in the course of my service to my colleagues as Speaker, as Governor, I was elected the chairman of Governors Forum twice. Your Excellency, by your grace and the grace of God, you appointed me the Minister for Transportation. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, you appointed me the Director General of your campaign. Again, I served twice. Your Excellency, the first Nigerian in the history book of Nigeria to have, in conjunction with others, not alone, led a campaign that removed the sitting government to bring in the opposition. Everybody in the party will attest to the fact that I, Chibike Rotimi Amechi, worked very hard, sleepless nights, to ensure with others that Nigerians elected our dear president. Your Excellency, while serving as the governor of Rivers State, I got Rivers State government to build between 300 to 500 primary schools. And I made sure that the children of the poor, anybody who attended our primary school, we paid school fees for them. Education was free. Your Excellency, we built about 150 health centers, for which every patient was treated free of charge. When we say free of charge, the Rivers State government paid for all patients at the end of the month. Your Excellency, the Rivers State government employed 400 new doctors. By the time I was leaving government, we had 600 doctors. We bought 600 cars for the 600 doctors as a way of retaining their services in Rivers State. And then we discovered that the only way to stop insecurity
is to build an alternative economy to crime. The crime economy was such a huge economy when I became the governor of Rivers State. We built 500 roads, we built 300 to 500 health centers, primary schools. We built 150 health centers. We built power. And we employed people. We invested in agriculture. We had a Songhai farm. And by the time we were leaving government, crime had reduced. Insecurity had reduced. Kidnapping had reduced. My expectation, sir, is that all those who have come here to speak should have told Nigerians what they have done in their states. Judge me by my work. Your Excellency, when I became the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, railway was moribund. Today, there is railway from Itape to Warri. Today, there is railway from Lagos to Ibadan. Today, there is railway from Abuja to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Kano to Kaduna. Today, work is ongoing from Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. Your Excellency, your government is the first government that will build the first deep sea port in Nigeria, and it is located at Lekki. It was started by this government, and it will be concluded in September. So please, delegates, assess us by our contributions. Don't assess us by how much we bring here, because if it's by how much we bring here, ask all of us, what is our source of revenue? What is our source of income? How did we get this money? The problem of the Nigerian state is all of us. Nigerian politicians will come here and talk to you and talk to you and bring out money. 4 years after, they will repeat the same thing and we'll believe them. Don't vote for me if I lie to you. Don't vote for me if I have not performed. But I have performed. I have. And I have decided with my wife and children, with my friends and relations, that there is a need to move forward, to come forward to provide service to the country, to ask Nigerians to hire me and to fire me if I can't deliver. He said 10 minutes more. Thank you very much. If you vote for me, I shall do the following. The first thing is that you need to create an economy that will create employment. Ask all politicians who are telling you they will create employment to tell you how. These delegates must use that word, how will you do this? The Nigerian economy moved from agrarian economy to service economy. I shall bring it back to agrarian economy, to industrialization and production. If we don't produce, crime will continue. Well, it is production that creates jobs. We will grow farm, we will grow cocoa, we will grow banana, we will grow cotton. We will add value to it. It is a value addition that creates jobs. We will rebuild our universities to become a place of learning. And the first policy, when you elect me, there will be rule of law and order. Anybody who commits crime will be punished for committing crime. People will not be let off the hook because you're important. Your lives are important. Trust me. Do what? Trust me. There are very few of who are honest. May God bless you as you go out there, challenged by God, challenged by your conscience, and put your money in your pocket and vote for Chibike Rotimi Amechi. God bless you.
Former Minister of Transportation there, Rotimi Amechi, and also former Governor of Rivers State, challenging the delegates to vote for him based on his performance in office over the years. He also spoke against the use of money by other aspirants to induce delegates. He says that he has earned his place on the table, especially as it concerns the All Progressives Congress. He, in conjunction with other leaders, spent time and spent resources and spent their energy during the formative stage of the APC. And as such, that he has also excelled in all the assignment given to him, both at the state and the federal level. That's the position of Rotimi Amechi, former governor of Rivers State and former minister of transportation. Let's go back now to listen to former governor of Imo State, Rochas Okorocha.
If we keep doing this politics the same old way, we shall be getting the same old result. Your Excellency, Mr. President, my President, Madam President,
trust me.
Vice President, leaders of our nation, leaders of our party. First, let me start by thanking God Almighty that I'm here with you today. Because if this convention has taken place when it was scheduled to take place on the 30th, I wouldn't have been here with you because I was somewhere in detention. But thank God Almighty that God in His infinite mercy saw us postpone this convention. Hence I'm here, and I'm here to address you. I'm not privileged to be one of those who made the list of preferred candidates of this convention. Neither do I enjoy the blessings of the mighty and high in our society. In fact, I'm the bestest of them all. I'm an ordinary Nigerian who depends on the people to be elected and for the people as my strength and for the people to serve. The people are my strength in this case. I'd like to remind all of us again
Permit me to stand on the
that power is a trust which can only be justified when used for the benefit of the common man. You must hear me and hear me out again. This nation this time must get it right. I want to say to you, my delegates, especially those of you in partnership, the hour has come, the die is cast. You must search your conscience. If possible, make phone calls back to your family and ask them, what must I do with the vote that I have? Lest you go back again, wallowing in hunger and poverty, which have left you in perpetual suffering. I hate injustice and I hate poverty. I have covenant with God Almighty that when He blesses me, I shall bless others. And when He gives me, I must share with those who do not have. Because of my own, I can do nothing. But I can do all things through God who gives me strength. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, my insistence in politics, after my traverse in politics, having formed this party, the APC, I have every reason to quit politics. But when I remember the poor, the widows, the sick, the needy, our nation bleeding, when I remember the insurgents, then I have reason to come back. I'm here to serve you. I've run for this presidency the third time, and I lack nothing. And I'm not in this presidency for primitive accumulation of wealth. I'm not here to buy cars or buy aircraft. I'm not here for anything. I'm here for one thing: to save the lives of the numerous poor Nigerians while uniting this nation. Nigeria must hear me out. Today, my dear delegates, destiny has bestowed on you the onerous responsibility to decide for us who shall fly the flag of our party. You must never do that with sentiments. Let me tell you, all this dramatic political jingoism which is going on here does not address the matter before us. I don't want anyone to step down for me. If you can step down the sufferings of the masses of Nigeria. I'm qualified in the three arms of government. I'm a lawyer with master's degree. I have experience in judiciary. I'm a former governor of Imo State, 2-time. I have experience in executive. And I'm a sitting senator. I have experience in the legislature. I have this experience in all aspects of our nation. So to you, my delegates, thank God that this power today is not in the hand of the high and mighty. It's in your hand. I don't know what they may have told you. I don't know what they must have said to you. You must think twice before you cast this vote. Because when you go back, while in poverty and anger and hunger, no one is there with you. I'm your best partner. I hear every aspirant here saying, I will, I will, I will. I don't say I will, I say I have done it. Listen, let me be boastful for the first time. I'm the commander of free education who saw children not going to school, provided school for them. I don't want in Nigeria who started to kuna. Atopia nana sen na so ku senche war ba ku de when maso you when they are pirochas. Na so ku musu tambe that una. Duk mesuniman takla shugaban kasan nan. Wallahi billahi lazi. Basu se masalan arewa ba basu se nderijan arewa ba ni rochas danji kan sokoto na se masalan arewa. Kutambe sukuna kuma sutambe da me kuntaba yima arewa yanzu wato anzo siyasa sai ku tashi sai kuna hakoina a ce a baku Korea ku yi me da Korean ba ku sai mutun da ba sai yanzu yodara ce ka ku yada omunem jibom afomuru Russians uka agbara agba isi ka eji ekwe ya onye mara asụ ya asọ n'ikwe onye ga-amakwa asụ ya asọ n'ala. I speak again. Let me tell you, those that are aspiring, everybody in this case, let me tell you why I'm a better candidate. I hear people talk about track record. Believe me, let me say this, and don't tell anybody anywhere. The truth is, everyone contesting this election today is government that made them. None of them made wealth before government. So if they give you money, it's government money. But Rochas was Rochas before politics. I have the business acumen to create wealth, and I can create wealth. My people, my paper. God bless you.
Former governor of Imo State, Chief Rochas Okorocha, and a sitting senator, bringing in some fun to his speech, although he spoke passionately there to the delegates, telling them that he hates injustice and poverty, and that he has covenants with God to help the helpless, and that there's been so much injustice in the polity, but he is in politics to help the less privileged. Although this is the third time of running, he feels at this time he's poised to make it. No sentiment, he says, and he enjoins the delegates to vote for their conscience. That's Rochas Okorocha, former governor of Imo State, who is also aspiring to get the flag of the party today as the flag bearer of the party. Let's go back to stage as we listen to other aspirants who will be addressing the delegates.
The Not Too Young to Run Law bill, which gave me the opportunity in 2008, when I was just 37 years old, to run for president.
We are listening to Nicholas Felix. He's also a presidential aspirant. Let's hear him.
But I went ahead and I came third in the general election. When nobody thought it would happen, it was then I knew that dreams can still come to pass in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a nobody can still become somebody in Nigeria. It was then I knew that the son of a retired civil servant whose pension is just 9,000 naira a month can still become somebody in Nigeria. With that effort, I decided to come the second time under this great platform, the All Progressive Congress. I have traveled to several states. I have met youth. I have spoken to youth. I discovered we have been marginalized. The only title they know how to give us as youth is to be SSA running around without offices. When the bill came, when the fee for the nomination form came, like every other person, I was going to be discouraged. But I refused to be discouraged. I said I must stand to represent the youth. After a while, going through the record, like the sons of Issachar, I understand the time that we are in. I understand that we must put personal interests aside. I understand we must think about the people who are dying every day. We must think about those who have just been killed. I understand that we must think about the youth. After careful consideration, I looked at it. If you look at it very carefully, we have the North, we have the South. And I thank God for all our northern governors, for what you guys did. I throw a salute for you all. For allowing power to go to the South, I throw a salute. But I must say, apart from the North and the South, Nigerians are divided into two religions. We have East Muslim and Christian. I grew up with Muslim, wonderful people. Many of them are my friends. But we cannot have a Muslim and Muslim ticket in this election. And that's why I have decided to step down and throw my full support to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. Listen to me, all my delegates. Many of you, I spoke to you one-on-one. Many of you I called. Even up to yesterday, I am asking, if you want the youth voice to be heard in Nigeria, if you want the youth to be in the cabinet, vote for Yemi Osinbajo. I have come to throw my full weight. I have come to support him. God bless the youth of Nigeria. God bless the All Progressive Congress. God bless Nigeria. I'll see you on the other side of victory.
Well, another dimension there now, just like we anticipated. Nicholas Felix, their presidential aspirant, at the end of the day, he announced his official withdrawal from the race and asking his delegates, his supporters, to vote for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. So that's it now. We have 6 aspirants that have stepped down for Bola Ahmed Tinubu and 1 that has stepped down for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. Let's listen to other delegates as other aspirants as they face the delegates.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank my president, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Some time ago in 2017, I was here, right here, at the Eagle Square to organize Nigerian youth, both Muslims and Christians, to organize prayer for my president, to organize prayer for this great nation. Because I said, as a little orphan boy who lost his parent at a young age, when I was just a teenager, we can't afford to keep losing our president. And I organized prayers here, 3 nights and 3 days of fasting and prayers. And I said I will do that with young boys and young women. And with Dave, this is my second appearance right here, standing on the stage to speak to Nigerians again, to thank these wonderful youths that came down here and organized a prayer session with me, to pray for this great country and for the wellness of our president. NTA covered that event live right here. And I'm happy to say to God, thank you, because the president that we prayed for is right here before us. Again, thank you, God. Thank you, the youth of this great nation. I am the 6th child of my late parents' children. My mother was a brilliant woman who died when she was 42. I was 10 years old. My father, soldier, that fought the Civil War and had bullet wounds and retired at the age of 27. My late mother struggled to go to school, but she got a wonderful man that promised to get married to her. Because back in the days in the village, if you are so brilliant as a woman, all the men will flock around you. And they promised this woman marriage and got this woman pregnant and made her to leave school, shattered her dreams. The man just walked away. The second man came because she became vulnerable, promised her marriage again, and then got her pregnant and walked away again. And the third man came, promised her marriage, she believed him, got her pregnant, and walked away again. She was heartbroken. She resulted to be in the tomato cellar, hawking Gary around the village. And one of those good old days, she traveled by boat, 12 hours by boat, from my village to Port Harcourt. And she met this wonderful, handsome man who just left the military because he had bullet wounds. They got talking and they got married and gave birth to 5 children. I happen to be the 6th child. My parents had wonderful dreams. My mother had wonderful dreams. She couldn't realize it. And when they gave birth to us, we didn't know what they were going through. I was born in the city of Port Harcourt in River State on the 28th day of January 1975. My parents in Port Harcourt, they didn't live in the city. They lived at the waterside because they were Ijaw people. But life became so tough, and they decided to retire back to the village. Back in the village, I was there at the age of about 8. My mother was just hawking around, and I used to hawk with this wonderful woman. There's something she did. After selling her goods, she will always share the rest for the rest of the family members. And one day, this woman took ill and was rushed to the hospital. She couldn't afford a medical bill that was just less than 50 Nigerian naira. In my very eyes, this strong woman that I used to hawk around with couldn't walk. And my father just left us. We didn't know where he went. And in my very eyes, she died. And when she died, I felt the life was over. I retired back to the village through the same boat. I became a little fisher boy at the age of 10. An orphan boy without father, without mother. Paddling canoe all through the night to the next morning trying to survive. I was in primary school till I was 15 years old. And after primary school, I said to myself, I remembered I was born in the city where there were sounds of cars and birds making noise and singing those melodious songs. I'm going to return back to that city. I borrowed a boat back to the city, not knowing where to go to. But when I arrived the city at night, I said to myself, this is where I was born. I was just sleeping under the bridges, trying to survive, trying to make ends meet. Sometimes no food to eat. I would knock on gates trying to ask for a job. One of those days, I remember what happened. I knocked at the gate of a man, and he said, can you help me move out all the feces in the sockaway? And I told him, yes, I can do it. He got me a wooden ladder, and I moved into the sockaway, using buckets to move out, scoop out all the feces right on my face just to make ends meet. This young boy encountered destiny, and here I am before you, telling you that my life is a success story. When I encountered destiny, I said to myself, I will educate myself. Someone met me and gave me 25,000 naira. And with the 25,000 naira, I started my business with it. Today, 25,000 naira has created value of over $1 billion that I'm able to help humanity with my wealth. I did not know a counselor. I didn't know a minister. I didn't know a governor. I didn't know a president. A little orphan boy whose parents were nothing yesterday, being privileged to stand before you, going around doing good. I've got my footprint in the Northwest, in Sokoto State, in Kano State, in Kaduna State. I'm building 356 abolition center at the Sultan Bello Mosque for my Muslim brothers. In Castina, you see my footprint, providing water. In Gombe State, you see my footprint, providing water. In Bauchi State, you see my footprint, providing water. All over Nigeria, in the southeast Enugu State, providing water. In my Niger Delta region, helping people and all that. I am a development agent. This country needs a development agent. You need a president with the right visionary leadership. Listen to me. In 2023, the economy of this great country and the population will be challenged. The population of this country in 2023 will be 223 millions. The population grow at 2.5%, which means 5.5 million of the population will be added to it. The projected population is 22 million. It means the leadership of 2023 will deal with a population of 240 million. You need somebody that understands macroeconomic fundamentals and somebody that understands the dialectics of microeconomy to turn the economy around. You need to vote for Jack Rich. A vote for Jack Rich is a lot of job for you. A vote for Jack Rich is a brighter future. A vote for Jack Rich is a world where you have someone that negotiates for you in the Committee of Nations. A vote for Jack Rich is to turn this economy and create dreams for young ones like you. I'm here to ask you to vote for me so that we can work together, create jobs. The North, the East, the West, the South. Work with me, vote for me, and I will create a lot of employment opportunities for you. I want to thank you once more, knowing fully well that today is a deciding factor of how 2023 will be shaping. If you vote for me, the orphans and the widows now have a voice and I have a dream. Thank you and God bless you.
Yeah, that's another one, another aspirant, Jack Rich, making a passionate plea with delegates to vote for him because it says the country needs a development agent. The country needs someone who understands the microeconomic dynamics of the country, and that Nigeria's population will be a big issue in future if it is not addressed now. Let's go backstage as we listen to Governor of Kogi State, Governor Yahaya Bello, as he addresses the delegate.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, GCON. Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Dr. Mrs. Aisha Muhammadu Buhari. Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawal. Your Excellency, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Bajabiamila. Let me recognize and appreciate all of my colleagues, governors, here present, let me profoundly recognize the chairman of our party, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Let me recognize the National Secretary of our party, Dr. Iola Omishore. Let me recognize all members of the NWC here present. Let me recognize all the founding fathers of our great party, including the national leader, Senator Bola Ahmed Ashewaju Tinubu, including His Excellency Ahmad El-Rufai, including Dr. Obonaya Onu, my co-competitor, and all others numerous to be mentioned. Let me welcome and appreciate our delegates from across the country of the All Progressives Congress. Before I proceed, permit me to seize this opportunity to ask all of you to please maintain one moment of silence for those that were killed in our war when they were worshiping God, for those that were killed in Sasa Market, in Ibadan, in Oyo State, for those that were killed, those tomato sellers, the ram and cow sellers that were burned down in their cold blood in all parts of this country, for those that were traveling from Abuja to Kaduna on train, and these cowards called bandits attacked, killed some, and some are still in captivity today. And for those that were murdered in their cold blood by bandits, Boko Haram, ISWAP, kidnappers, and the rest of them. Those that lost their lives, may their soul rest in perfect peace. Just one moment. Welcome and appreciate our delegates from across the country. May their Progressives Congress soul rest in perfect peace. Before I proceed, I start on this particular note because today that is the most challenging issue that is bedeviling this nation, followed by unity of our dear country, followed by prosperity or progress. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I will not bore you down too much with a lot of speeches. A lot of all of these problems that are confronting this nation today were bedeviling my state, Kogi State, as at the time I assumed office on 27th of January 2016. Insecurity, disunity, lack of progress and prosperity. 6 years down the line, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, insecurity is fast becoming a history in Kogi State. In Kogi State, unity of all of the tribes and religion is what we are enjoying in Kogi State. In Kogi State, there is religious tolerance. In fact, I am the first Muslim northern governor that built a chapel for our Christian brothers in Government House. After 28 years of existence of Kogi State, that is religious tolerance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Today we have a lot of our students from various tertiary institutions at home. They are not in the school. Their future is being toyed with. When I assumed office in Kogi State, 6 years down the line, no strike of any sort are existing in Kogi State. Today in Kogi State, every student will be assured, they are very sure that the very day they go into the school, they are graduating. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, these and various problems that are bedeviling Nigeria today, we inherited them in Kogi State. With little resources, we have been able to put them behind us. Therefore, I am here running to become the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to provide leadership, to provide sincere leadership, purposeful leadership for this dear country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we might be playing politics today, but let's think of the future of this country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are the future of this nation. The younger generation and the youth of Nigeria that are gathered here today, and those that are watching us from their homes, from across the country and all over the world. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all other nations of this world that prosper, taken from Bill Clinton, Macron, and most of them, they are doing, some of them did greatly, in fact all of them did greatly, and those that are in position today are doing greatly. Give us this opportunity, support me. Please, when you are casting your vote, think of the roads you fly before you get to this point. Think of those that were coldly murdered, who in their sleep, in their businesses, on the road. Think of those that are troubled today. Women, youth, and people living with special needs today in Kogi State are part of those that have formed my government. And these are the young people and women that are doing very well. Let me use this opportunity to commend those that have stand very fast and fair in making sure that they stand for their generation, for their people. First among them here is distinguished Senator Binani, who is now the governorship aspirant or candidate of Adamawa State. That is resilience. She faced a lot of stress, a lot of suppression and oppression. That is exactly what the younger generation are facing today. President Muhammadu Buhari, I doff my hat for you. I salute you. You thought of the future of this country, and you graciously signed Not Too Young to Run Bill into law. We didn't come this far to chicken out. We are here to win. According to my brothers, Anche Bamuparaba Dummidainaba. Bismillah ta'ala. Wannan zaben za mu ci shi. Kafin ku dinga ƙuri'anku da Allah da Annabi, ku tuna da mutanenmu matasa da mata waɗanda suke cikin gidansu an kakkashe su, waɗanda suke talla, wanda suke kasuwancinsu a ko duk Najeriya an kokkona su, an kashe su. Har yanzu ba yi magana ba. Ni bi iznillahi ta'ala idan kuka bani wannan daman, iznillahi ta'ala, Nigeria zata canza. I am here to build on the legacy of President Muhammadu Buhari, and by the grace of God, we are here to make a history, and this is the time for you to become part of that history. And I am very confident that after a clean, clear, transparent electoral process today, then I shall become victorious, and I shall be the flag bearer of all Progressive Congress, who will go ahead to defeat PDP, to defeat Atiku. I am that candidate that will do that. And how did I do that in Kogi State? I inherited a PDP state. when I assumed office. And today, Kogi State has become 100% APC. And by the grace of God, it shall never go back to PDP again. So please, let us not make that mistake, because we have the numbers. Youths, women, and people living with disabilities are those that vote. We have the numbers. Just a few weeks back, we tested a mic. Simultaneously, over 16 million Nigerians came out to give me support across this country. Women, people living with disabilities came out to give me the support. I have the ability to win the election, the general election, on or before 2 p.m. by the special grace of God. I thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity that you are giving to me. Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Jama'a mu da Allah da Annabi, kafin ku dafa ƙuri'anku ku tuna da Allah, ku tuna da matsayin da muke ciki yanzu, ku tuna da matsalan da muke ciki, ku tuna da ƙoƙarin da baba ya yi, wa zai zo ya gina a kai, ni ne zan zo na gina a kai. Ina roƙonku da Allah ku dafa mun ƙuri'anku. Allah ya sa mana albarka, Allah ya ba mu albarka, Allah ya ba mu alheri, Allah ya ba mu nasara. I thank you so much. APC! 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 Nigeria! Say Yahya Bello. Thank you.
Governor Yahya Bello there, Governor of Kogi State, making one last appearance before the delegates, before the vote cast begins. And Governor Bello says he will tackle insecurity across the country if given the chance to fly the party's flag. He also says that he intends to provide purposeful leadership, and he wants to build on the legacies of President Muhammad Buhari, and also says that he believes that if today's voting will be clean, clear, and credible, that he will emerge the party's flag bearer. Let's not forget that in the last couple of hours, Governor Yahya Bello has been very vehement in the distancing himself from the reported zoning of the northern governors, for also advising that powers should be shifted to the south. He said he wasn't consulted, and also when there was this news that 5 aspirants were pruned and were shortlisted, he also said that he was not part of the arrangement. He said any attempt to exclude him from the ballot may signal the beginning of the end of the party. He called for a credible election today where all aspirants will be given a level playing field to let the delegates decide. And so I think that's the position of the governor of Kogi State, Governor Yahya Bello, speaking to the delegates. Well, if you are just joining us, still Citizen FM 93.7. My name is Lawrence Moiti, and in the last 4 hours or thereabout, we have been bringing you proceedings from Eagle Square, where the All Progressives Congress been holding a convention to elect a presidential flag bearer. And also in the last 2 hours or thereabout, we've been listening to the aspirants. 23 of them have been lined up to speak to the delegates, and we've listened to about 12 or 13 of them so far, and others are still coming on stage. Let's return to the stage to listen to another aspirant as he makes one last pitch before the delegates.
Your Excellency, the President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all other protocols observed. I want to start tonight's talk by asking you Very simple question. How many of you here love President Muhammadu Buhari? If you love him, raise your hand. I love him. Raise your hands if you love him. Go. A lot of speakers, in fact, all the speakers who came on this stage started their speeches about knowing President Buhari from 2015. And the question is, did President Buhari start his politics in 2015? The answer is no. And to further what I'm telling you, I will ask you very simple questions. You answer me, we move on. President Muhammadu Buhari started his public life as a military officer and a GOC. Have you ever heard that he stole money as a GOC? The answer is no. He later became military governor of present Northeast state. 6 states today: Taraba, Borno, Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi, and Yobe. In today's circumstance, President Buhari would have had not less than 100 houses per state. But President Buhari has no house except the houses he has in Kaduna and his village, Daura. President Buhari could have had 600 houses, but he chose to have only 1 house in Kaduna and 1 house in Daura. President Buhari is not a thief. After his governorship, he was appointed Minister of Petroleum and Chairman NNPC. As I'm speaking with you, President Buhari has never had any filling station, not even a fuel dump. It is because he is an honest man. After his ministership, he went into other public life. He was head of state. He never stole government money. It is because of this that we brought him, because he's not a thief. That explains why we brought him into politics in November 2002. Most of the speakers who spoke here tonight will tell you stories about how they knew Buhari in 2014, 2015. What of 2002? It is because President Buhari has never stolen in his life. That was why we brought him into APP, All People's Party, and gave him the party ticket in 2003 to run for the presidency of this country. We knew Buhari is Fulani, we knew Buhari is Muslim, but we gave him that ticket. We all ran, we failed. 2006, for the 2007 presidential election, we gave him ticket again. He ran, we failed. We still knew he is Fulani and he is Muslim. 2011, we gave him ticket again. We ran and we failed. This is because this is a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. This is because he's a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. So I want to let you know that for those who come on board and tell you how the new Buhari from 2015, that is absolute rubbish. We will always talk about President Buhari and his sincerity of purpose. If we must redeem this country, we must cultivate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari in order to salvage this nation. Distinguished delegates, this is your opportunity to put in a man of honor, of character, and of integrity. I want you to vote for me. I want you to vote for me because this is the only opportunity you have to reticulate the characteristics of President Muhammadu Buhari. If you remember, in November 2018, I founded the I Stand With Buhari movement and spread it all over this nation in order to take Buhariism forward. So, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is my story. This is our story. Please vote for me. Vote for me to extend Buhariism. I thank you very much.
Another aspirant, Ike Obasi.
My country, I love una no be small. Kai, thank you so much. Your Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, and his amiable wife, Aisha.
Yes, we are listening to another aspirant, Uju Unaiye. That's the only female aspirant in the party who is vying for the ticket of the party.
My goodness. That was Chief Ike. Mama don't come on board. Everything go better because Mama they on board. I thank you all. I came on board actually because of you people, the downtrodden, the physically challenged, the indigent patients, etc., and the elderly women, etc., etc., and the youths. That is why I came on board, because I feel Nigeria needs a mother. I decided to come on board to be that mother of the nation. I love you guys so much. And again, there are so many things I feel that a woman is needed to be done in this country. That is the only thing Nigeria is lacking. Woman expertise, economical and selflessness. That is what major thing that we need in this country right now. The men don't pay for this place, so 40 years. Una don't need mama. I thank you people so much. But after I've seen the event of things and how things are going, I found out that I still we still need some more time for it to happen. So based on this, I am pleading with all the delegates to know that their vote is a lifesaver. We have our children to think of, especially their future. We have our mothers to think of. We have our nation to think of. Let them try and vote right for somebody who will be able to achieve all this for the brighter future of our children. That is what I'm pleading with the delegates. Your vote is a lifesaver. Please utilize it well for the right candidates. And I feel, as Barrister Mrs. Uju Kennedy Ohanenye, that I should step aside for that lifesaver and the best candidate, who is Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I urge my delegates, my supporters, my women to please vote right and cast their vote for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. That is what I'm pleading with you people. I love you all. I love Nigeria, and I love you. Bye-bye.
Yes, the only female aspirant there, Uju Ohanenye, withdrawing from the race and asking our supporters to vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So that makes it aspirant number 7 that has stepped down for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, former governor of Lagos State. I think we are going towards the end of this segment. We still have a few, no doubt, to talk to the delegate, a few aspirants remaining to talk to the delegate. But from what is happening, it looks as if the picture is becoming clearer as to what is likely to happen at the end of proceedings here. But we still have to listen to the remaining aspirants as they come on stage to speak to the delegate. It's still live proceedings from the Eagle Square, where the All Progressives Congress is having its special national convention to elect a presidential flag bearer ahead of the 2023 presidential election. And so far we've had almost 15 aspirants that have addressed the delegate, and 7 of them have stepped down from the race, urging their supporters to vote for Ahmed Bola Tinubu, while one other aspirant, Nicholas Felix, also stepped down, but he asked his supporters to vote for Vice President Yemi Osinbajo. So that's the way it's going down here in Eagle Square, and we can see the current Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, moving towards the podium to address the delegates, and maybe that will be the climax of the whole event. He's accompanied by his security details and is walking briskly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Vice President Yemi Osinbajo there trying to make his speech, but applause and hailing from the delegates delaying it. Let's go back to stage now. I think everything is taken care of now.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Let us. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Your Excellency, the wife of the President, Your Excellency, please, thank you very much, please. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the wife of the President of Nigeria, Hajiam Aisha Buhari, the President of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the National Chairman of our great party, the APC, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, leaders of our great party, the APC, members of the National Working Committee of our great party, leaders of our party, members of our party, distinguished guests, all of our young people, ladies and gentlemen, the great Nigerian youth, greatest of the greatest Nigerian youth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, let me begin on a solemn note. I join you and the good people of Ondo State in mourning the victims, men, women, and children of the heinous and dastardly terrorist act that took place at the St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo, and other victims of terrorism across the country. And I pray that the Lord God Almighty will comfort their families and that we'll never see a repeat of these heinous acts in our nation again. I'm deeply honored to stand before you today and to share this platform with 22 other exceptional members of our great party who today vie for the preferment of the presidential candidate. I was born here. My parents were born here. I went to primary, secondary school, and university here. I have worked here all my life. This country that I have seen and experienced the great prospects of Nigeria. I know that it is possible for us to have a world-class educational system. It is possible to have a world-class healthcare system for all Nigerians. It is possible to establish a tech economy here in Nigeria. It is possible to establish a bitumen processing industry in Ondo, gold processing in Zamfara and Osun, and exploit and process the finest precious metals and stones in the world, in Benue, in Plateau, and most of the North Central states. We can exploit oil and gas in the Niger Delta, in the Southeast, and now even in Bauchi and Gombe states.
It is possible to manufacture our vehicles in Ninewi. Already, Innocent Motors is doing great things there. We can open up steel plants in Kogi, establish Africa's largest industrial city between Ogun and Lagos. We can establish the biggest gas and petrochemical plants in the world in the Niger Delta. We can sell fertilizer to Africa, as we already have one of the largest plants in the world, the Dangote refinery. We can sell shoes to the world. Already the Aba shoe cluster in Abia State sells over 1 million pairs of shoes every week to the rest of Africa. We can manufacture our weapons, our ammunitions locally. Daikon in Kaduna is already manufacturing munitions, manufacturing all manner of ammunition. And Proforce, a Nigerian company, Imperial, a Nigerian company, is making armored mobile platforms, armored personnel carriers, MRAPs, here in Nigeria. We can build drones, helicopters, and planes. Our Air Force is already manufacturing air platforms and manufacturing its own drones. And God helping us, in 2 decades, we can become the first nation on earth to send a team of all black men and women as astronauts to the moon. We have the talent, the resources, and the resourcefulness to be one of the world's leading economies. We have the guts and the confidence to beat the world. We can run an open, honest, and transparent government. We can ensure the rule of law. We can secure our nation from terrorism. We can provide good-paying jobs for millions of young people. In this decade, we can lift 100 million people out of poverty. We can give all women equal education, equal opportunities, and we can establish a comprehensive social welfare program for the poor and for the vulnerable. Unfortunately, we are not starting from zero. We have already, in this administration, the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, begun the most ambitious infrastructure investment in the history of our country. We have revolutionized agriculture. Since 2015, young Nigerians have established 6 unicorns, technology companies, each worth over $1 billion. Everything we can imagine or dream is within our reach. All that is left is for us to make the right decision tonight. And so we stand today on the threshold of history. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, so much depends on so few of us. 2,322 delegates will decide the future of our children and their own children. 2,322 persons will decide the fortunes of Africa's largest economy and the largest population of black people on earth. 2,322 people. What an awesome responsibility. What an incredible moral burden. The future of our children compels us and compels all of you, our distinguished delegates, to vote right tonight. We are a religious nation. We believe in the power of prayer. We all pray for a country that is peaceful and prosperous. But God allows us, by our voting, to show him whether we mean the prayers we pray or not. You cannot wish this country well and vote for someone you do not believe in. You cannot. So when you vote tonight, so our dear delegates So our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, be sure, our dear delegates, when you vote tonight, know that your vote carries the answer to your prayers for our country and for our future. That vote that you will cast carries the answer for the prayers that you have prayed for the future of our children and for the future of our country. Over the past several weeks, I have gone the length and breadth of this country. I've engaged with you delegates in the 36 states and Abuja, and I've engaged with members of our great party. We have had deep and wide-ranging conversations on the issues that are most important to us all as a nation. You have told me your hopes, your fears, and your dreams. We have reasoned together on the future of our country. I have also served for 7 years, by the grace of God, as Vice President, while at the side of President Muhammad Buhari. I have seen firsthand the nuances and complexities of the challenges that confront us as a nation. One thing is certain: our circumstances will not afford the next leader of our country any time to learn on the job. In discharging my duties as Vice President for the past 7 years, I have been prepared in the most profound ways for the task that lies ahead. And I will be ready from day one. It is for these reasons that I, Oluyemi Oluleke Osinbajo, by the grace of God, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, present myself to you, our distinguished delegates, for your consideration as the presidential candidate of our great party, the APC. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless
you. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo there, talking to delegates and assuring them that if given the opportunity, he will not disappoint the delegates and the party. He says that it's possible for Nigeria to be one of the best in terms of education, in terms of technology, and in terms of industry. He says that Nigeria has all the potentials in the mining industry, mining and steel industries. Even in the manufacturing sector, he says Nigeria can be a leader. He says if given the opportunity, one of the first things he would do would be to put in place policies that would lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty. And he charged the delegates that they need to make that choice tonight. They should make sure that their votes carry the answer to their prayers. So a lot of talking points from Professor Knight, and we are gradually coming to the end of the first part, which
I go die. Like I say, go this serious. Pass like this. Ladies and gentlemen, Sunny Danger on stage.
Please, for the speech of His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So we need everyone to please take their seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. One of the northern talents, one of Nigeria's finest, a comedian, an actor, as well as a musician. Sunny Danja, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DJ.
Well, while Sunny Danger is getting ready, let's invite Agodai. Agodai.
The chairman of the convention, His Excellency Governor Hope Uzodinma, have instructed that the convention should be placed on hold until you all take your seats. Kindly take your seats on your tents. The screen in front of you will project whatever is happening here to you, as if you are this close. Make una go back on our seat. Ejo e pada lo taye yin. E lo joko si ori tent yin ejo. Ba cheku pitaba mu cheku. The Allah ku ibaya kadan. Make una shift back. Make una shift back. Come and speak.
Da Allah, wannan tsayuwa da kuka yi ya bada sha'awa. Ya nuna kun zo nan da niyya, kuma niyya na alheri. Amma idan kuka dan matsa bayan zai fi bada sha'awa. Kun ga dai akwai zarruka a ƙasa, akwai wayoyi a ƙasa a bayan mu da idan kuka taka duk abin da ya balle kuma abun ba zai bada sha'awa ba, domin ba za a ji an sakuwa ba. Saboda haka ina roƙon arziki da Allah waɗanda kaf suke gaban nan su yi haƙuri. A'a ba ma sai an abun nan ba, kaga mutanen arziki haka suna ma komawa baya ba sai an matsa ba.
Sound.
Ga kuma TV can a gefe a je a sha kallo.
Sound.
Yawwa.
Sound. 1, 2, 3.
Ujo Mariam, are you ready?
1, 2, 3.
Being right here at the Eagle Square in Abuja, the venue of the APC Presidential Primary and Special National Convention, a continuing coverage of the event that will determine who becomes the APC presidential candidate. Thank you everyone for sticking with us right here on Channels Television. Terry, you'll listen to 22 of the 23 presidential aspirants of the APC, except a former Minister of State for Education, Honorable Emeka Nwajuba. The atmosphere looked very much charged each time some of these aspirants climbed on stage. And for some reasons, we had Asiwaju Tinubu, who kicked off the speeches from the aspirant, and we had the Vice President who wrapped it up. So what an interesting scenario, the manner in which it has been aligned and arranged.
You know, for me, you know, a lot of the aspirants, to a great extent, spoke with a lot of passion. Passion of what they wanted the country to look like in the end. Even those who stepped down for Asiwaju Tinubu and Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, they spoke extensively on what they expected the next president to do, because that's what they would do if they became president as well.
I think we should listen to one of the artists that has been called on stage.
If sunny they blow, you know na government change. Sunny danger they come, you know na people change. Cause I got my service, my people service, my service. If you see my face, you go shock, you know that plenty. Everything that I do in the street, I do for you. Everywhere that I go, in danger, I take a passenger. Don't be made to do one more. Now go there, do one more. So I need danger. People love me, not crazy. Hey, my ladies, the one dance for me. All my ladies, the bend down low. If they show me love, they the they want dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, then they spread me money. Oh, my ladies, they gonna love me gentle. Oh, my ladies, they gonna love me tender. Oh, my ladies, they gonna love me gentle. Cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, it go shock, you know that plenty. I gotta wonder why I say sorry. I got somebody why I say sorry. My time is sorry. I got somebody who want to sorry. I got career, you want to sorry. I got something think you sorry. My time is sorry. All my ladies, they want dance for me. All my ladies, they bend down low. They show me love, they want dance for me. And they like my picture for Instagram. And they show me love, they spread me money. Oh, my ladies, they gonna love me gentle. Hey, oh, my ladies, they gonna love me tender. Hey, oh, my ladies, they gonna love me gentle. Hey, cause I got my sorry. My people sorry. My sorry. If you see my face, you go shock, you know that plenty, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Please, as we await Mr. President, we need to clear the aisles again.
I think it's balanced now. We had Shino Peters.
At some point.
We had
Sunny Danger.
And there's someone from the Southeast.
The downfall drivers.
Yeah, we had downfall drivers. We had Stereo Man Ikwe.
I think the die is cast, Terry, in the sense that there will be election. The concept of consensus defeated today here at the APC convention.
I think we wait to see the impacts that the stepping down of about 6 aspirants will have on the election process eventually. Now, while it seemed at the initial stage when these aspirants stepped down that it was almost a done deal for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the kind of reception that Vice President Oshibajo received while he got to stage and almost spent 5 minutes unable to speak because he was being applauded by delegates and supporters, draws to question how close this will be.
There, in the state box, the VVIPs, the president, the wife of the president, the vice president, senate president, House of Reps speaker, all of them are waiting, and anticipating what will become of this exercise, who will be the flag bearer of the APC for the 2023 presidential election.
Shane, what did you make of the speech by the only female president, aspirant, just before she steps down?
I think it's a whole lot that comes to play when you think about the role and the part women play in our politics, and the fact that the boldness and the courage she took, getting into the arena, it takes a lot of courage to be able to step into that race. And this is another performance. I have a love for music, and a lot of the times I love to listen to good music. Let's watch this performance for a moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, Your Excellency, the Mother of the Nation, First Lady Federal Atiku Bagudu, to address this august gathering as to how this election is going to be carried out. So please discountenance any message that you have received regarding any form of postponement at all. There is nothing as such. The primary elections to elect the next flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress will be taking place shortly after the speech of the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Please, we are saying this again to those of you unknown faces and unscrupulous persons sending these messages to please desist forthwith. We thank you very much for your kind attention.
And please, okay, everybody on the right-hand side, you shouldn't be standing there. You should leave the right-hand side of the aisle. Thank you very much as you do that. We're just waiting to clear my right-hand side of the red carpet. And like I said, immediately after Mr. President's speech, we're going to hear from the governor of Kebbi State, who is the chairman of the Elections Committee, on the procedure for these very historic elections taking place tonight. On the right-hand side, you are still delaying us, please.
Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Yeah. Your problem is my problem, and my joy is your joy.
The 2023 general election. So let's listen to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, as he gets set to address the National Convention.
His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, had said, and he always would say, I don't have money to buy.
The Vice President, the First Lady, the APC National Chairman, President of the Senate, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the state governors, distinguished aspirants, party faithfuls, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow party members and compatriots, I commend you for your various roles and contributions towards the successful conduct of the various APC primaries across the nation. I commend the party stakeholders, officials, organs, and the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee. I commend your efforts in organizing party exercises and urge you ahead. The special convention for the presidential primary. I congratulate all the winners and our newly emerged party flag bearers so far for the 2023 general elections, and urge you to be magnanimous in victory, particularly to abide by the party rules, and follow party reconciliation processes. In every competitive event, there are bound to be winners and runners-up. Seeded at the primaries, I equally urge you to maintain the spirit of sportsmanship and to stand by our great party for the next challenges ahead. As we go into presidential primary, I urge all to keep to the same spirit. We must avoid acrimony and maintain the spirit of sportsmanship. The critical task ahead of the Abdullahi Adamu-led National Working Committee remains to continue to forge for the unity of purpose among party members and to keep securing needed compromises in the interest of our great party. I congratulate all the... I enjoin you all to be fair to all and to create a level playing field for all the presidential aspirants in the coming crucial party exercise. Please follow due process in all the party decisions. And I call on all party members, particularly the party officials and the delegates, to abide by all extant laws, rules, and regulations, and to consider voting for the presidential candidate with the best chances of securing victory for our great party in the coming general elections. I cannot overemphasize that the principal challenge before us is the need to keep a united front for the party. It is primarily why the party National Executive Committee has vested its powers in the National Working Committee for the time being, as requested and in compliance with the party constitution, to ensure smooth party administration and operations in these critical times in the overall interest of the party. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I want to assure you and the entire National Working Committee members of my support. Please do not hesitate to call on me and all other appropriate quarters for the help that will propel our great party to the victory that we all seek. To ensure a hitch-free presidential primary, please let us work collectively in the interest of our great party and our great country. Fellow delegates, fellow men, women, youth, citizens of our country. Many people have short memories, but let us remember the situation we inherited. A nearly dead economy, in spite of oil being over $100 per barrel for many years. Vast areas of our country under insurgent control. Salaries, wages, pensions, unpaid for months in many states. Problems were left unattended or ignored. Infrastructure left to decay. Internationally, we were despised. Your APC government has changed all that. Our response to any new challenges, whether banditry, kidnapping, insurgency, has been prompt and head-on. Rehabilitation of infrastructure has taken place on a massive scale. Our response to coronavirus is second to none in Africa. We have made substantial progress in governance, in implementing reforms, in democratic processes, and in social care. We are now respected in Africa and across the world. These major achievements by APC are historic and far-reaching. We now have to choose a leadership, not just to win elections next year, but to continue and improve on these landmarks. We must choose a knowledgeable, fair-minded nationalist with a very strong belief in the unity of our nation, Nigeria, and strength of character and purpose to steer the country forward. We should not allow the PDP to drag the country backwards. I thank you. May God bless our party. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
President Muhammad Buhari there speaking to members of the party, speaking to leaders of the party and the delegates before voting commences. The president started by advising members of the party to avoid acrimony, and he urged them to forge a common unity of purpose ahead of the election, the general election that is, and that should start by electing a capable person to be the party's flag bearer. The president also said there was a need to create a level playing field for all aspirants and others who seek elective positions across the party. He called on delegates to abide by the extant laws of the land also, and that he acknowledged that the principal challenge facing the party is to keep a united front. He said there was need for the party to work collectively in the interest of its common goals. He said he reminded party members that the party APC inherited an almost dead economy and an insecurity situation across the country and a decayed infrastructure. But he said that the APC in the last 7 years has been able to turn a lot of things around, and he also gave the example of massive rehabilitation of infrastructure across the country, which he described as being second to none. He said Nigeria is now respected in Africa and across the world. So he enjoined party men and women to choose a flag bearer who is a nationalist, one who has a sense of character, one who knows what it means and what it entails to address the problems of Nigeria. Someone who the party will be able to field in the general election and know that yes, they are going to battle and they will win ultimately. So that has been the message of the president to the delegates before voting commences. So that has been it. And I think after now, we will listen to the chairman of the election committee, who will now come and give a rundown of what is expected from the delegates and how the voting will take. Ultimately, we have 2,322 delegates that are expected to cast their ballots this morning. And the Northwest zone has the highest number of delegates with 558. And in the Northwest, Kano State has the highest number of delegates with 132. And Zamfara has the lowest with 42. The Southwest has the second highest number of delegates with 411. We have Oyo State with the highest there, 99 delegates, and the Ekiti State with the lowest, 48. This is followed by the South, which has a total of 372 delegates, and you have Akwa Ibom State there with 93 delegates, the highest in the zone, and you have Bayelsa with the lowest in the zone with 24 delegates, and we have the North Central. Niger State, the North Central total is 360 delegates, and we have Niger State with 75 delegates, and the FCT, the lowest, with 18 delegates. The Southeast has the lowest delegates in all the zones with 285. You have Imo State with 81 delegates, the highest in the zone, and Ebonyi State with 29, the lowest in the zone. So that's the spread of the delegates that are expected to vote this morning. And we are still awaiting the chairman of the election committee, and that's the governor of Kebbi State, to also come and give a rundown. Although he spoke earlier about what should be expected. Let me see whether I can recall what he said earlier then, that we will have, yes, he said, only 3 delegates per local government will be allowed to vote, and they will have 2 voting points, and delegates are expected to write their names of their choice, of their preferred candidates, and delegates will need to be properly identified before voting. I'm sure that if there are other additional information, we will bring it to you. It's still live transmission of the National Convention of the APC here in Abuja, and we are bringing you details from CitizenFM 93.7. We take a short break. We will be back shortly.
2 candidates that were initially narrowed down by
CitizenFM Abuja. Now we be the voice of the people. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Your problem is my problem, and my joy is your joy. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. CitizenFM, CitizenFM. Yeah. Your problem is my problem, and my joy is your joy. CitizenFM, CitizenFM.
For left week, nothing less than 10 to 15 people still in the race.
Absolutely. So my observation as well is that all the male southeastern aspirants did not step down for anyone. I think it was the message of the Southeast needs this representation, and we would not step down for any region if it's not going to the Southeast. Of course, we saw the only female, who is also from the Southeast, step down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But beyond that, if we pay close attention to the speeches of these aspirants, it's almost clear to see that everyone realizes that the issue of security.
Thank you very much. But please, first of all, we'd like to remind all of you cameramen to dismantle your cameras. Please dismantle your cameras and move from there completely. And then only election committee members that are putting on the reflective jackets are allowed to remain at the periphery of this arena. Only election committee members and agents that are wearing their reflective jackets are allowed, and tags are allowed to remain in the center of the arena. Yakubu, you might want to add a few more words.
Delegates and the pressmen that have been here with us, especially the press, we would like to thank you very much for all of your assistance. But the essence of this special convention is we'd like
Senator Atiku Bagudu, as he gives some highlight of how the election will take shape.
Yomi Osibajo, and indeed I will recognize all the earlier established protocol for want of time. Your Excellencies, on behalf of the Election Management Committee, I will read out updates on the structure and the organization of the election this night. The accreditation committee of the Convention Planning Committee, which is the subcommittee of the Convention Planning Committee, headed by His Excellency Dr. Abiodun of Ogun State, provided us with a list of the total accredited voters for each state, and they total 2,203, smaller than the total voters, accredited total voters in the states, which is 2,320, meaning less people were accredited than there were actual delegates allocated to the different states. And for the purpose of the election, we are going to use the number of accredited voters for each state. The voting is going to take place in 2 voting points. And to those who are seated in the state box, there's 1 voting point to the right, and there's 1 voting point to the left. The voting point to the right will be used by the right of the state box, or the left of the podium will be used by delegates from Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, Ekiti, Enugu, Gombe, Imo, Jigawa, and Kaduna State. While the voting point for delegates seated at the left-hand side of the state box will be used by delegates from Kano State, Katsina State, Kebbi State, Kogi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe, Zamfara, FCT. So 2 states will be called simultaneously for the 2 voting points. And at the entrance of the walkways, in each state delegation have assigned to them a member of the electoral committee who will guide them to the starting line of the voting process. And at the starting point, that is where they will receive the ballot paper, and they will have a scan of the QR codes, and then they will walk through the walkaway, and at the end of the walkaway, turn back into the voting areas. And each voting area have 20 ballot boxes for ease of voting, meaning if delegates from a state collect their ballot papers and they turn into the voting area, they have an option of 20 ballot boxes to vote in, or with a table and a pens are signed where they can enter the name of the aspirant they so wish to nominate. Equally, agents of the aspirants and INEC officials are encouraged to sit from whatever comfort point they are able to establish in order to observe the process from beginning to end. At the end, the boxes will be collated onto this stage where aspirant agents will witness the sorting and transfer into boxes which they will monitor of the respective aspirants' votes. Equally, before we start, as you all have heard, a number of aspirants have withdrawn their aspiration. 9 of them, Barrister Mrs. Uju Ken Ohanaye, Dr. Nicholas Pelize, Senator Robert Boniface, His Excellency Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, Senator Ken Inamani, His Excellency John Kayode Fayemi, Senator Ibukule Amosun, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and Right Honorable Dimeji Bankole. The list of aspirants still contesting is Honorable Chuku Emeka Nwajuba, Engineer, His Excellency Engineer Nweze David Umahi, Pastor Bolahan B. Bakari, Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, Ahmed Rufai Sani, Chibuke Rotimi Amechi, His Excellency Yomi Osimbajo, His Excellency Senator Rochas Okorocha, His Excellency Yahaya Bello, Mr. Ten Jack Rich, Dr. Christopher Onu, His Excellency Senator Ahmed Lawan, Senator Professor His Excellency Ben Ayade, and Chief Ikiobasi Mokelu. The aspirants, agents, please are invited to come to the Secretariat of the Election Management Committee so that we can establish how many aspirant agents are here, and they can divide themselves into both sides of the voting, the 2 points where voting shall take place. Yes. And those that are unable to write can be assisted by members of the delegation from their state. And each voting unit, there is a voting agent, there's a polling agent, there's a security man monitoring the ballot box. So with this, the Electoral Committee will proceed to begin the provision of ballot papers to the initial states of Abia that shall be voting to the right of the state box or to the left of this podium where we are standing, and Kano State that shall be voting to the left of the state box or to the right of the podium where we are standing. And then as we make progress, we will be calling on more states as the others have voted. I think I have covered all of it. Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for the honor to wait and observe the commencement of the voting process. Thank you all.
Yes, that's the governor of Kebbi State and also the chairman of the convention election committee, Senator Atiku Bagudu, who is also the governor of Kebbi State. He has given lowdown of how the election intends to run. He says, contrary to the earlier reports that we had, 2,322 delegates. He says the number of accredited delegates for this election is 2,203 delegates that will eventually choose who the party's flag bearer will be in the next couple of hours. So essentially, 9 aspirants have officially withdrawn from the race. So we have 14 others who are going to be on the ballot and will go ahead with the election. So we will give you details later on in the day, because it's going to be a long one. We will take some musical and we'll go on a musical break, and if need be for us to get some information or some interview, we will be back with you. But for now, just stay back and enjoy some music.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and thank you for the honor to wait and observe the commencement of the voting process. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. The Executive Governor of Kebbi State and Chairman of the Election Committee, and he has announced to you how this election is going to be done. So the onus is now on the members of the Election Committee, the agents of the various aspirants that are contesting. Waiting the governor of Kebbi State talk for English now be say election one start, the primary election one start, and all of una will be delegates from the various states. It means say una go sit down, mona wait. Any moment from now they go call una state by state. Make una come drop una ballot papers for inside ballot box. And as soon as see them, so the ballot boxes, they don't inspect them, then they empty. Election committee members will be the persons where they put in charge of the primary elections where they happen today here for Eagle Square to nominate the next presidential flag bearer for the All Progressives Congress. Now them go come one by one, state by state. They go call them, they go line up. Those people will go give them paper where they go write the name where they want write, put inside the ballot box. They go come. The election committee chairman, Senator Atiku Bagudu, don't already announce the names of persons where we say Nadengo stand gidigba for this election. So before the election start proper, they go read out the names again for una, make una for understand the people where they contest and how una go do the voting. So please make una listen to waiting the election committee members go to talk. As per say voting go soon start. And all of una where they spread rumor, say primary elections, say they don't postpone them, na babanla lie. They don't postpone any election or na the election they want to do so. And it is going to be transparent. It will happen for everybody, koro eye. You go take your eye, see them. You go see as it happen. And that is waiting what happen be that. I go want my sister make it come break them down for another language, make we for here.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and to the MVPs of today, the delegates. Biko ndị be anyị kefe. Ndị nọ na side ya, unu ga-etinye votu unu na ballot boxes dị n'aka nne m. Anyị achọrọ onye ọbụla abụrụ accredited delegate. Ka ọ pụta ịpụta ha na ndị police ga-eburukwa gị o. Chairman of the Electoral Committee, Dr. His Excellency Atiku Bagudu Ekuchagwea, Apogwa Fandige me observation. Iwana Apora Fagi, Manibura delegate, because Norebi no. If I ever do have an election, Ponya Buna Norebe Hano, Kai wait with any Nagan. Oh, quite your kind of yun. Okay, I wait your wa. Bro, you call you Obama, saw you, but in this year, I was sophomore. Get Bashir Bosch, come on, she saw.
Ẹ ṣé a kí ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè àti àwọn àgbààgbà ẹgbẹ́ ó ṣe pàtàkì fún wa kí a jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ bí a ṣe fẹ́ ṣe ètò ìdìbò yìí a ti fi tó wa létí wípé ọ̀nà méjì láti ṣe sílẹ̀ ọ̀nà kíní wà lápá ọ̀tún ọ̀nà kejì wà lápá òsì a dẹ̀ ti sọ àwọn state kọ̀ọ̀kan ìpínlẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan bí wọ́n ṣe máa wá àwọn aṣojú wa ti wà níbẹ̀ láti pè wọ́n wá síbí